6:30. Everybody?
Can you hear me, Diane?
I hear you, Bernardo. I see Stan. Bernardo, I do not see Josh yet.
Oh, there I am. Okay.
There you are. You're gonna find yourself and get back to this.
Yes.
Heard that Adam Grant, that organizational psychologist, said that you should turn your self view off.
Oh, right. You mentioned
House of
that.
Years and not you don't look at yourself typically when you're at a meeting, and that we've all been driving ourselves crazy for 2 years.
So do I go to video settings? How do I do that? I'll try that.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, no. I like that idea.
There's Josh. Gabby did text me, said she had some craziness going on at her school, so for her to go ahead and start without her. So with that, good evening, everyone, and welcome to first official board meeting of 2022. We did have a good working session on Saturday the 8th. Thanks, everyone. We are at this point going to go into closed session, but we have a couple of public comments prior to closed session, and that is verbal. Tiffany Pollock, is she here? There we go. Nice. I saw her.
I'm not sure if you had called on me. It cuts out.
I had
Okay.
called on you. There you are.
Yeah, it just cuts out as it promotes you to a panelist.
Okay.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. I had a couple of issues that I wanted to raise and just make sure that everyone is aware. The first is related to the COVID-19 protocols. Currently, it's been very difficult to obtain testing twice a week that's required for faculty and staff. I just heard from somebody who works on the Moore Park College campus that she tested at our campus location last week on Wednesday and has not yet received her results. So it's becoming extremely burdensome to be able to comply with the requirement of twice a week testing for faculty, given the vast increase in the amount of people that are testing. Just want to make sure you all are aware of that. I'm concerned also for our students that are going to be trying to access some on-ground courses, that it'll be difficult for them. The second thing that I wanted to share with you is in relation to the potential, I'm not sure, but the potential that there are 2 people on the dismissal agenda item, or there used to be 3, I was one of them. And the reason I wanted to bring this to your attention is that I really feel that the exemption process, the forms that we're using as a district, and our actual practices are not in line at all. And I personally had to navigate that process to the point that I had a Skelly hearing, at which time I could explain why the process is so confusing. Our medical exemption forms require, allow for only 3 possibilities: allergy, anaphylaxis after the first dose, or a COVID infection. And it doesn't allow anyone with a disability to fill out that form. So if somebody has a disability and has a reason for not getting vaccinated, the form does not indicate in any way that they have options. Our district has granted many medical exemptions for reasons other than that, but the forms maintain those are the only reasons that you can get an exemption. It's intimidating, it's frightening, it's very difficult to navigate. So if you are still considering dismissing 2 people, I have no idea what the reason would be, but if it has anything to do with non-compliance for the vaccine mandate, please, I beg you, please have mercy. Please give these people more time. It has been one of the worst semesters of my life for certain. And this whole process is it's just discriminatory and unfair. And so I just thank you very much for taking the time to hear me out.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for your comments. Next, we have Ty Gardner.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hi there.
Today, AFT 1828 delivered our sunshine proposal to Chancellor Gillespie and Vice Chancellor Barroso in preparation for spring contract negotiations. Members of the board were sent this document via email. We intend to open 13 articles and establish a new one. We look forward to working cooperatively with the district during our negotiations as we seek to address common concerns such as distance education and competitive, equitable compensation. Additionally, I'd like to thank Chancellor Gillespie and his team for quick action in addressing the current Omicron-fueled wave of COVID infections in our community. We hope our meeting this week will ensure we are prepared for future events like this, should they arise. Though like everyone, we hope this is our last wave of serious concern. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that is it for closed session comments. And so with that, we are going to head to closed session and where we will be discussing 2.01 conference with labor negotiations, AFT and SEIU, and 2.02 public employee discipline dismissal release, 3 cases. So we hope to be back for this open session at 6, and we'll see you then. I feel like I'm not watching the right thing.
Oh, Diane, sorry, I was muted.
Okay, I didn't get the thing to tell me to go somewhere.
Oh, yeah, we actually just sign off and
Oh,
and go there.
okay.
But Diane, I think that the open session will start at 5:30.
Oh,
That's what I have at the top of the sheet, but under item 3, it does say 6 p.m., but I think they should both be 5:30.
okay. Yeah, it does.
Um,
Okay.
But we can clarify, yeah.
Yeah,
But
maybe
anyway,
next
just sign out here and go to the other link.
Okay, I will. Just ate something really fast, and that pizza that Dan Clark is holding in his picture makes me hungry. Okay, it is, well, it's almost time. I see my fellow trustees turn on. Josh is visiting us from the rainforest. Okay. Thanks, everyone. It is almost 5:45. Okay, we are reconvening from closed session where I have the following to report. The board voted on a 5-4 vote to approve ratifying the release of a probationary classified employee. And item 2, the board voted unanimously to approve moving forward with the dismissal of a permanent classified employee. And with that, we will move on to the pledge to the flag, which is awkward for those of us that are kind of sitting in front of a camera. So we're going to just maybe place your hand over your heart. And there's a flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Okay. The chancellor's recommendation of the agenda, please. I'm not hearing anything.
The chancellor's coming in soon.
Okay.
There we go. Here I am, Diane. I just got admitted.
It took me 3 times to get in too. So yeah, they didn't want us in tonight.
All right. So the items presented to the board with the agenda have been reviewed through District Consultation Council and are presented to the trustees without constituent objection. And I'd also like to refer the trustees to the new evaluation form you have at the end of the meeting. There's a form there that you can fill out during the meeting, and that way you can share the comments at the end of the meeting, plus have that to share with the chair for future meeting planning as well. So just wanted to refer you to that so you can keep that in mind as we go through the meeting this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And just changes to the agenda. Item 1401 is not necessary. We have a trustee on the CCCT board who's midterm, and so we couldn't nominate another one if we wanted to. You're only allowed to have 1 per district. So we will, when we blow by that, that's the reason why. And moving on to public comments. Do we have any, Laura?
Oh, Chair, we did have the 305 action to approve teleconferencing for district board meetings. So we're recommending that actually we need the board to approve teleconferencing for our board meetings for the next 30 days due to the recent surge in COVID-19 infections. This is in alignment with Assembly Bill 361 that does still allow for public boards to meet remote, but you do need to take action to approve that, and it's good for a 30-day period. So with the board's approval, this is our official action to meet remotely for the next 30 days, to have that as an option.
Does that, do we have to, I mean, does that include like our Saturdays planning
It,
session?
it does. Yeah, it'll go through, well, a month from now, so mid-February. And then we'd need to do it again if we are still continuing in remote.
Okay,
Do I ask the question? Is this a good time to ask a question, or do I wait until time for discussion after a motion has been made?
either way, if you're welcome to ask your question now.
Oh, I was just wondering, how did this meeting take place if we didn't discuss in our December 14th meeting to take action at that point? I'm just wondering.
Right. So our earlier meeting, we met face to face, and this one, it would have been good to take the action at that point in time. However, at consultation council review with the academic senate presidents, they'd actually had just been to their statewide meeting, and they brought their attention about this Assembly Bill 361. So we incorporated it in for tonight. Otherwise, I don't know if we would have had it in for tonight. So I'm glad that consultation council worked and the academic senate's got us the correct info so we can take the action tonight.
Okay, because I know that that bill was sent to us by the chancellor's office, and it just gives us a discretion if we wanted to, that we can cite it should we choose to meet virtually, but we can also meet in person.
Correct.
So I appreciate, yeah, so no, so we actually as a district, we were really good about being informed that we did have that bill to reference back should we want to go virtual. I was just interested because we were meeting and we didn't have a discussion as a board to decide if this is a direction we wanted to go. So I was just curious. Thank you for letting me, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I wanted to go virtual because I traveled yesterday and went through lots of airport, and I thought out of respect to all of you, even though we would be masked, I'm not sure I would have wanted to sit next to me after I did that. So Trustee Chancellor.
Is an option to have the trustees be present and staff, for example, be able to, attend the meeting remotely. I would just further, I believe we're still asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're still asking employees to show up in many cases, specifically our classified employees, 2 days a week or 3 days a week and tiered depending on the position. But I speaking just for myself would prefer to meet in person. But I'm very comfortable if staff don't need to be in the boardroom for the next.
So part of the reason that went into the recommendation with where we're at for remote meetings is if the board does meet in person, we do need to allow and accommodate for in-person public comments as well. And didn't feel it was a good time to have people coming into the boardroom with trustees and staff for public comments either with the current surge in the pandemic. But again, it's a board decision and staff will accommodate what the board would like to do.
And just to clarify, if we vote on this, are we saying that as a board for the next 30 days, we're going to be virtual in the realm of our meetings? Or are we saying we'll decide it meeting by meeting? Are we deciding that it could be a hybrid where the board will be in attendance? So just looking for some clarification before we cast.
Yeah, so my understanding is with approving this, we're giving notice to the public that our meetings would be remote over the next 30 days. I mean, that's the way the item reads. We're approving teleconferencing for board meetings for the next 30 days due to the COVID surge. I'd have to check to see if, we'd have the option to have a different meeting format should the board wish to during that time. I don't have that off the top of my head.
May I ask a question? I don't see Diane, but unless there's another trustee that has a question. Okay. So this would be for the 30 days and we're doing this of the search that we're encountering right now. So we would be voting for teleconferencing. Could it be until January 30th? Because I know that that's something we've looked at as a district. And so instead of being till February 18th, because if we're looking at a month from today, that will take us to February 18th. And I know that, I know for some of the cities, they're revisiting at the end of the month. Many closed for 3 weeks because of the surge, and they're looking into reopening in February. And I would be in favor of supporting the teleconferencing up until the end of January and then revisit it then. I know we're going to be meeting on January 22nd, virtually. I know there's.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be any problem if you
Okay.
want to amend the motion to have it extend through January.
I would feel comfortable at the end of the month and then revisiting it. And I would be in support of that as we're seeing the search to just meet virtually and then see how things are looking and then decide for that in-person option. Because I am very much interested in meeting in person as well. As a board, we meet once a month. We are asking our employees to come in at least twice a week during this time. And so I don't see for us as a board, with all of the safety protocols that we have our staff take, that we couldn't come into the board ourselves and be able to meet in person, as we are asking all of our staff to do the same.
Chair, I hear that as a motion and I'll second that motion.
The amended motion, is that?
Stan, you may need to take over briefly. I'm not sure what happened with Diane.
Her
Okay,
internet is down.
Oh, her internet is down. So Stan, you have a motion there.
yes, I just want to confirm that Trustee Torres, you're comfortable making that motion through January 30th,
Yes,
and seconded by Trustee Perez.
Yes.
And Trustee Mantooth, it'd be January 31st through the end of the month.
Okay. Is that acceptable, Trustee Torres, the 31st? I
yes,
think
it
that was
is.
the intention, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
It is.
I don't want to get too technical. And Trustee Perez, you're comfortable with that revised date as well?
I am.
I don't think we need a roll call vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. The motion passes 3-1. And let us move on then to our public comment
For the
section.
record, Chair,
Mhm.
4-1 with the student trustee voting aye.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Trustee Rodriguez. Got to get used to this new role. Thank you. Duly noted. Let us move on then to 3.05, public comments on open session agenda items.
Yes, so with the open session, we do have 3 written comments that were provided earlier, that those were provided to the trustees, and they all related to the vaccine mandate and testing, and expressing concern about that impacting students negatively, having the mandate along with testing requirements. And then we do have some verbal comments from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 individuals that filled out a card ahead of time. And the first one is Isaac Chulsky.
Okay.
So if Isaac's available, you'd have 3 minutes.
Hello. Hi, my name is Isaac Kopnick-Cholsky. Thanks for having me at this meeting. I'm a paramedic student at Ventura College. So the district has once again failed by relying on the notion that COVID vaccines are safe and effective, something that has been proven as a falsehood. So I ask, why would you implement a vaccine mandate for the spring 22 semester, imposing discrimination and unjust restrictions on staff and students, and then end up having nearly all classes go virtual? Is that your way of showing confidence in the effectiveness of the vaccines? So I want to tell you a little story about how I got here. I came to Ventura College as a place to advance my career and better my future. And I still hope to do that, but these mandates have become a major barrier to that goal. I am the son of Jewish immigrant parents. I grew up in poverty, raised by a single mom who did her best to provide for me. We went through many struggles when I was growing up, and during my teenage years, I was convinced my immediate family and I would become homeless, and I saw no success in my future. However, I applied myself and the results showed I started doing well in high school and was able to get a minimum wage job to help my family. This did not come easy, but I held myself accountable for my success and committed myself. Due to my experience growing up struggling, I chose EMS as a career where I could help people, often in their darkest moments. It has been a very bittersweet career so far, where I have learned so much and seen the best in people, but also seen and experienced certain things that really no human being should have to witness, such as frequent encounters with death. Still, I love my career and I will not let obstacles get in my way of being successful. That is simply not an option for me. After being an EMT for almost 4 years, I knew it was time for me to work towards becoming a paramedic. I don't know if you realize this, but there are virtually no community colleges anywhere in inner city Los Angeles that offer paramedic programs. The irony is that I live 1 block from a community college, yet drive over 90 miles to and from school at Ventura College and make it early to my class, which starts at 7 a.m. I chose to come here at Ventura College, not my parents, not a career in college counselor, I did. And the reason I did was because I saw Ventura as a true community college that values equality, student success, and celebrating students from different backgrounds. I'm sad to say my experience with the response to COVID has been an outlier from my otherwise positive learning experience at Ventura College. I've done my best to persist and do my best work despite any obstacles, but the discrimination and restrictions imposed on unvaccinated individuals have made this a much more difficult and stressful experience. Please do the right thing and make this college district a place where all can access education and success without harmful discrimination, harassment, and restrictions. I ask that you immediately repeal Board Policy and Administrative Procedure 3506. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cholsky, for your comments. Chancellor Gillespie, unfortunately, I do not have the list of speakers in front of me. So
Well, we have Trustee McKay is back now, and I think she does.
Yeah,
okay,
me too.
if not, I was going to ask you to call the names and I would acknowledge them.
Yeah.
Next, we have Rebecca Dahl, and after Rebecca will be Tracy Harrison. Sometimes it takes a minute. Sometimes it takes more than that.
You there?
Yeah, so I still have internet. It looks like it's back, but I don't dare try to change it again.
We could check it before we do. So, Alex,
While
do
we're
we have?
waiting for,
Yeah, go ahead, Diane. Yeah.
I was gonna say, while we're waiting for Tracy, are you ready to speak? Tracy Harrison?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why don't you go ahead?
My name is Tracy Harrison. I'm a fully online college student through the VC campus. This is my last semester before I graduate. It is not right to force people to get vaccinated with an experimental vaccine that has shown and proven that no matter whether you're vaccinated or not, you're still able to catch COVID. It is not right to force nasal PCR COVID testing on anyone, seeing that the CDC has discontinued all PCR testing as of December 31st, 2021, because it does not detect COVID. However, what it does have in the COVID vaccine and the PCR testing are nanoparticles, which I particularly will not take part in nor be forced to. If you're going to insist on testing for COVID, why are you not using the FDA-approved saliva test dated back May 8, 2020? I also have a letter dated June 7, 2021, addressed to Christine Mazzi from the Department of Health and Human Services that states in writing that the CDC does not have any real-life isolated purified sample of SARS-CoV-2 virus and cannot provide any records about the virus which allegedly caused COVID-19. I'm a full-time mom, wife, college student. I choose to take fully online courses because my family and my young children's schedules do not coincide. We refuse to be vaccinated or PCR tested by a mandate that is not law. Therefore, the fact that you board members purposely limited the amount of fully online courses offered, including exams, especially while your campuses are currently closed, only leads me to feel that you are backing us into a corner and pretty much telling us either comply with the vaccine and the PCR testing or you forfeit your education or your job, which in return is a violation to our rights according to the Constitution. What happens if one of my kids, myself, or my husband comes down with COVID, or is at home quarantining because one of us came into direct contact with someone COVID positive? Then what? How will I be able to show up to campus to take exam 2 and exam 3, but yet you let us take exam 1 at home because campuses are closed during that exam? In my opinion, what is good for one exam should be good for the rest, especially when it is a fully online class via Zoom and all the work is fully online. Keep in mind, you have
3 minutes are up.
No, it's not.
I can't see it, so
Keep in mind, you do have proctorial monitoring system that you can use, as I did for my financial accounting course. So it is possible you guys have the capability for that, but you choose not to use them. Bottom line, I could ask you many questions, and the chances are you'll respond like the VP of the US does, with we just don't know enough, or we just can't get there quick enough. Let me leave you with this. If your boss says to you that you need to have sexual relations with them to keep your job, that's called coercion, and it's against the law. But yet you either comply with the vaccine or the PCR testing, or you forfeit your education or job if you're a staff member. That's not called coercion. Either way you look at it, they're both trying to stick something to you that you just don't want. Bottom line, COVID has never been about public safety and health. It has always been about segregation, politics, communism, and socialism.
thank you. Is Rebecca Dahl with us? Or I'm sorry, is this Tracy here? Okay, that was Tracy. Is Rebecca with us? Okay, how about Jeff Schwartz? And after that, Tiffany Pollock?
I'm
There
here.
you go. I see you, Tiffany. I do not see Jeff Schwartz. So Tiffany, if you want to go ahead.
Did you want to reset the clock? It's counting down right now. It's about 2:20.
Yeah, Laura or Patty, I'm not sure who's resetting the clock, but if we could get that reset.
Just go ahead. I'll give you an extra minute.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to start by saying that it is my pleasure as co-chair of the sabbatical leave committee for Moore Park College to be able to present our outstanding candidates for sabbatical leave in agenda item 13.06, I believe, later this evening. It was my pleasure to serve on the committee, and our candidate proposals are really, really outstanding this year. Second thing that I wanted to discuss was the issues that my students are facing. I have students in on-ground classes right now, and as I have been saying many, many times at many, many meetings, my experience for these students when I share that I am unvaccinated, and I have an outpouring of students that come to me and they ask me what they're supposed to do. So this pivot to online learning and remote classes has just given them a little bit more time to get those religious and medical exemptions in place. It's a very confusing thing for the students to navigate. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to quickly show you the process that a student would have to go through to find the forms to receive an exemption. If I'm not allowed to screen share, I'll just kind of summarize the point that my students have to go through multiple web pages. The links are always near the bottom of the web page. It links them to forms that they are supposed to fill out that are not actually accurate forms anymore. I said this earlier tonight. A medical exemption states that it only applies to someone who has anaphylaxis after the first dose, allergy to an ingredient, or previous COVID infection within the last 90 days. That is not our policy. That's not how we're implementing the practice of granting medical exemptions. The religious exemption forms require a signature of a religious organization or a religious leader, and that is not our practice. It is not required, but a student would have no way of knowing these things. So I would really like the board to direct the district to improve that communication so that students actually know how reasonable it is for them to try to apply for a medical or religious exemption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Deanna Ochoa and then Ronnie Broyles.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right, there's my video. Okay, I had some questions regarding the PCR testing. My basic question is, why aren't the vaxxed employees being tested knowing that they can spread COVID-19? But also, in addition to that, why is anyone actually being tested? So to start, the FDA document that I have is, it admits that COVID PCR test was developed without isolated COVID samples for test calibration, effectively admitting it's testing for something else other than COVID. It was developed not with actual samples of the virus, but genetic material from the common cold. And that was a admitting document by the FDA. Another concern I had about the testing was the ethylene oxide that is in each of the swabs that they use. So if you were to test, why not do sputum possibly? Also, the director of the CDC, Dr. Walensky, stated that the PCR test can remain positive after 12 weeks of someone being infected with COVID. So it doesn't make sense to continue, to have them test. Also, the Reuters report that shows that a South Africa study shows that there were enough natural infections exposure to burn out the virulent strains. So with Omicron, for example, the PCR testing pushes the cases. But since Omicron is asymptomatic or mild, mortality is not significant. So at what point do we stop mass testing people for a common cold? In addition to that, the CDC admits that there is no record of unvaccinated person ever spreading COVID after recovering. And also the Lancet, vaccinated people just as likely to spread the Delta variant as unvaccinated, and that was what the study found. So my question is, why are you still pushing the testing, the PCR testing? And at a minimum, why are you testing twice a week when most other places are testing just once a week? So I'm just a little bit confused about the testing, and I hope that you will take that into consideration moving forward and that we can continue with this dialogue. I have hundreds and hundreds of studies that show that PCR testing isn't even, even the FDA came out and said it wasn't effective. So we're not testing for COVID. So that's it. So thank you for your time.
I understand that Rebecca Dahl has joined us.
Yes, I have.
Okay, give us 1 second to reset the clock and then you can start.
Okay. I have the same, thanks. I have the same question as others. Why is the religious leader form still on the college website, implying that it's required? I've helped multiple families who think that this form is still required. Why are we testing twice a week? That is a standard that's required for people working in a clinical setting like doctors and nurses. Your students are not in a clinical setting, except for those in specific programs. Your average student should not have to test twice a week. For students who are testing, why is the mouth swab 20 seconds, 10 seconds on each cheek? I mean, that seems quite excessive for something that is supposedly highly contagious. When are they going to fix the medical exemption process? I asked Moorpark and I asked Alison Case Boyle. We had a valid signed medical exemption and she refused to accept it. And I have all of that documented in emails. You have currently no process for any student who tests positive and continues to test positive after they have recovered. So basically, someone could test positive this week, and if they continue to test positive for the next 3 months, they can't be on campus. You guys teach software engineering, you have web-based students. Get them to do some testing on your website, get them to do your updates. The fact that you can't update stuff in 3 and 4 months is just ridiculous. You have professors at Ventura telling students that they have to drop their classes if they're not vaccinated and failing to mention that there are exemptions. I know one student who dropped out of 3 classes because they were told that they couldn't proceed, even though their current classes are online. And whoever created the list and has given it to PubSeg with all of the students with the medical exemption, with the religious exemptions. Perhaps you could give them a list of the students who are going to be on campus, because I have one student who's not going to be on campus and she's getting 2 to 3 emails a week reminding her to upload her test results. If she only needs to be on campus sporadically, she only needs to load her results the week prior to her going on campus. She should not have to get constant phone calls and emails reminding her to upload her data. That's crazy. And when are you going to tell students when they're going back on campus? Because if we were originally going back next week, students would have had to start testing today. The communication is atrocious. Moore Park College is like a one-way black hole. I've called and raised issues. They resolved them, but I would have no idea if I didn't turn up on campus because nobody communicates. Everyone wants to point at each other. You guys need to do a better job at communicating, please.
Thank you. Okay, Ronnie Broyles. Ronnie, are you with us? All right, if he turns up, we'll hear from him at that time. And with us, we are going to move to 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. Vice Chancellor Barosa. Or Dr. Gillespie.
I'm
there
back.
you are, I see you.
Thank you, Chair McKay. So a big welcome to our employees that were hired between December 1st and December 31st. We have Lillian Tejeda, Office Assistant Bilingual at Ventura College. Melanie Weerasinghe, Administrative Assistant at Moore Park College. Noelle Neal, Administrative Assistant at Ventura College. And Victoria Colley, Administrative Assistant at Moore Park College. We also have an appointment of a classified manager, and that is Tina Knight, Director of Institutional Advancement and Community Relations at Oxnard College. So welcome to them.
Congratulations and welcome to the district. Next, we have guests and recognitions. We'd like to, I'll give this to Dr. Gillespie.
Yes, we have, and this is item 402, some of our district retirees.
Oh, I'm sorry, the retirees, okay.
Yep, and congratulations to Henry Boma, Oxnard College, Business Computer Information Systems, serving since 1992. Gayleen McPherson, Oxnard College, English since 1989. Marianne Beck, Moore Park College Administrative Assistant, serving since 2000. Roy Howell, Moore Park College, Performing Arts Technician 2, serving since 1981. And Thomas Arellano, Moore Park College Athletic Equipment Manager since 1982. So congratulations to all the retirees and thanks for your many years of service.
And finally, we have our guests and recognitions, Dr. Gillespie.
Yes, so there, we don't have any for that particular item. However, we do have recognition of our student health center coordinators with item 4.04. And we really like to recognize our student health center coordinators, and those individuals are Allison Barton at Moore Park College, Deanna McFadden at Oxnard College, and Mary Jones at Ventura College. Since the pandemic started, these individuals have really been critical members in helping each of the colleges in the district respond to the pandemic in a way to help keep employees and students safe. They've taken the time to coordinate with Ventura County Public Health to stay up to date on the latest information coming out with regards to health and safety protocols, and has worked on a district-wide team in addition to their college teams to help make sure that we're making timely decisions, and decisions that, again, help us continue to operate, to provide instruction and student services, but to do that in a manner that is safe and a manner that can help all of us continue to do the work that we need to do. I know they have had to spend immeasurable hours and have really had to work to coordinate teams of individuals to conduct the pre-screening, to conduct the contact tracing and all the other work that has helped us reduce the levels of COVID-19 transmission at all of our work sites. So thank you, Allison, Deanna, Mary. We wish we could be shaking your hands and congratulating and thanking you in person, but just know that we're all here and are grateful for everything that you've done. Hi, Allison.
There
Good to
she is.
see
I
you.
was to say she was on the chat, and on behalf of the board, thank you so much for all that you've done and for attending the meetings that you have. We very much appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. And I know I speak for the other coordinators in saying the same thing. So thank you for this honor.
You're most welcome. And if there are any trustees that want to volunteer, I have Vice Chair Mantooth has volunteered to take her certificate out to a health center. Just let us know. Okay. Moving on to Senate consultations, and I'm going to start with a name I can see. Amy, Dr. Edwards.
I had a feeling you might start with me this evening.
Just a feeling there, huh?
Just got a feeling here in my blue room. Just a couple things today. Good evening to everybody. 4.01, acknowledge of new employees. Welcome Tina Knight, our new director. She's already hit the ground running. We are waiting to cash the checks of the big grants we are going to receive as a result. 4.02, I want to really say thank you to Hank and to Gayleen. They've changed many lives along the way. That's a lot of students in 30 years, and we wish them well on their next journey. 4.04, recognition of student health coordinators. Deanna is our rock star. I have never seen somebody's phone ring so much and emails responded to in moments. So she received an Academic Senate Recognition Award as well. So thank you, Deanna, publicly. Oxnard College Curriculum 12.02, you'll see just one change in business administration. We've changed the associate degree to the AST degree. 13.06, the approval of sabbatical leaves. Please approve, much warranted. We heard a public comment on that. And finally, in my academic Senate report, you did not see a faculty spotlight, but it will be back in February. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take you up on that. Next, we have Dr. Clark. Dan, I know I saw you somewhere with your pizza.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, my video is not working for some reason. Yeah, I will just echo Amy. We all think alike, I think. 4.04, I'd like to thank our health coordinator, Mary Jones. She also is fantastic at Ventura College. It's on consent, but the curriculum for Ventura College includes a new program, social, and a couple new programs in our ethnic studies. And then 13.06, sabbaticals. I encourage you to approve them. We have some great applications, and we have, I think it was with you, Chair McKay, where we discussed kind of the process behind selecting which applicants go for sabbatical from all three colleges, and it's a pretty equitable process. So thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Eric Reese. You moved. There you are. On my screen, you moved.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and other attendees. Thank you, as always, for the opportunity to comment on agenda items. First, we don't always think alike. I just want to put that out there for the Senate presidents. But I will comment on 4.02 first, with taking a little privilege for this one for a classified retiree, Marianne Beck, administrative assistant, who has been my lifeline since I started at Moore I thanked her in my final tenure portfolio, worked very closely with her as department chair, and continued to do so throughout my tenure, or throughout the rest of her stay at Moore Park. Always received a warm smile and excellent help and service with grace and poise. I learned so much from Marianne about college process, for sure, but more importantly, just how to treat others when they come to you to ask for help, and treat them with respect. So she was unflappable, and I'm still working on that part. I don't always remain unperturbed, but today's a new day and I'm working on it. So I wish her health and happiness in her much deserved retirement. I too want to comment on 4.04, recognition of the campus student health center coordinators for all of them. It's very difficult to express my gratitude for their tireless efforts to keep our campus community safe, and supported by the tremendous teams behind them. They often receive, let us say, frustrated and sometimes frantic calls about district policies. So let us all be cognizant that there are people behind those telephones and email on both ends, and everybody deserves kindness and grace, both those making the calls and those receiving them. 12.01, Moorpark College curriculum. There are a number of new courses, but I'll only highlight a few. There are 2 new engineering technology courses that are both essential components to a new mechatronics engineering technology program, which provides an alternate pathway, which we talked about in a few board meetings. There's a grant associated with it. Ethnic Studies, a new Ethnic Studies course, Introduction to Ethnic Studies. It's a core course for the associate degree and transfer for Ethnic Studies, as well as another option for students that are fulfilling their Ethnic Studies requirements for both the CSUs and community colleges. Related to that is action item 13.03, establishment of an Ethnic Studies instructor at Moorpark College. Very much appreciate the board's support on this one for establishing our very first full-time Ethnic Studies instructor to help foster the development of that Ethnic Studies program. It's both part of our equity and justice work at Moorpark, as well as it will help students fulfill requirements at both CSUs and community colleges. So also appreciate your support for the establishment of an EOPS counselor. 13.04, that program really does, as is required, go over, above, and in addition to the normal Title V requirements, changing lives of our underrepresented students. I too have to comment on the sabbatical proposals. 13.06, Moorpark has a very robust sabbatical leave proposal review process. It vets each proposal in detail and includes an optional technical evaluation prior to the contractual submission. Sabbaticals are an incredible professional development opportunity for faculty and ultimately for students, as each of these proposals will lead to student-facing outcomes. So very much appreciate your support for all of these deserving faculty. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was a ton of curriculum in there and the sabbaticals, but it was all good stuff. Thanks. Thank you for your reports. Moving on to the classified Senate presidents. Paro, I saw you. Whatever catches my eye on the screen, that's who gets. There's no order to it tonight.
Good evening, trustees. I too just have a couple of things. 4.01, again, as Amy was saying, welcome to Tina Knight. We're thrilled to have her as part of our team at Oxnard College. And 4.04, thank you to Deanna. Deanna, I can't stress enough how much she does for our college with this whole pandemic. I know that there's no way she probably ever imagined having to go through something like this. And she is there for every student, employee, anything that's needed, she shows up. So thank you again to her. That's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian, are you around?
I'm here. I'm not. I don't know if you can see me. Maybe now you can. I don't even know what's going on.
I can see you. I know. Hey, I'm not having the best night with technology either.
You know, it's been working fine for like 2 years now. And then, but anyway, no consultation really today. Everything's going well at Ventura College. And just thank you to the board and to the union and administration for, continuing to ensure our safety. So thank you.
Good to see you. Linda Resendez.
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year to all. Just 3 items for consultation. 4.1, I would like to welcome Melanie Worthing and Victoria Colley to Moorpark College. And then congratulations to our retirees, Marianne Back, she will dearly be missed, as well as Roy Howell and Tommy Arellano. And lastly, I would also like to recognize the work Allison K. Spartan has done at Moorpark College as coordinator of our Student Health Center. Just She's literally 24/7 and she responds in a flash, even on the weekends. So Allison, thank you so much for all your work and all your support to Moore Park College. Thank you.
And Alex, I know you were there because you were helping me earlier, so there you are.
Yes, thank you. Good evening and Happy New Year to you all. I just only have one thing, and that's just 4.04. Thank you again to our health center coordinators. Allison, Deanna, Mary are absolutely wonderful, and they're great to work with as part of the Healthy Return to Campus work that is important for everybody, as well as they've been a great resource to the classified and staff and management here at the DAC during the process. So again, a thank you to those three. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Eric, before you move on, please.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it was a subtle, quick comment made by Linda Resendez about Allison always responding. And the operative phrase that I heard was even on the weekends. And I just know that over time, I've noticed the timestamps on emails from many of our employees throughout the colleges and districts, and everybody does go above and beyond. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of the board, thank you all for the time that you put in these times that we thought we wouldn't be in still. Okay, moving on to our student trustee Rodriguez, and then I'll let you introduce the students. And did you see the note on the Moore Park College student in the chat? Brian, you're muted. It is a technology nightmare tonight. Abby, just, Brian will give his report if he can unmute and
Okay,
then.
did you hear me?
Okay. There you go. Yep, we got you.
Okay, finally. Thank you to whoever unmuted me, to the powers that be, I guess. But I'll go ahead and have Abby go first, since that's how it's laid out in the agenda.
Okay.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Abby Austin Wood. I am the Director of Budget and Finance for the ASMC, and I will be giving our report in honor of Karina, who sadly couldn't make it to tonight's meeting. Okay, let's see, so we, on December 16th, around 20 Moore Park College students took a free field trip that provided by the ASMC to the California Science Center down in LA. And all the students enjoyed it. And as we also got to experience this amazing Lego art exhibit called The Art of the Brick, and as well as get to see the other exciting exhibits that the Science Center offers. I personally loved it. I never gone to this California Science Center in my entire life here. So that was amazing. Would highly go there again in a heartbeat. Another major highlight from our past month is the selection of dates for our spring advocacy trip, which will hopefully entail traveling to Washington, D.C. during our spring break. While the travel aspect is dependent on COVID and how that goes, we will still be contacting government officials to advocate for topics that affect student life. For this week, we will be having an ASMC meeting to further on discuss the whole spring advocacy trip. So finalizing the dates for that, hopefully, really wanting to make that happen. Yay. Okay. Lastly, we'd like to congratulate our new Director of Student Organizations, Adriana Daniels, and our new Director of Campus Events, Isabella Ernst. Adriana is our Armenian Student Association President and has shown her leadership throughout her years at Moore Park College. And Isabella was our Director of Student Advocacy for the 2020-2021 school year and has contributed greatly to the ASMC as well as to Moore Park College. We are very excited to have Adriana and Isabella on our board to help combat what our spring semester will bring us. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead,
All
Brian.
right. Thank you so much, Abby, for I did not provide a written report. It's been a bit of a slow start to the semester, but I did have the opportunity to meet with President Sukanu and the Moore Park executive team last Monday and discuss the future and the master plans of the college. Today I'll go to the ASD Basic Needs walk event. In that service, over 150 students and at the main campus and 50 students at the East Campus with groceries, merch from ASVC, and back to school supplies. So it was a successful event. And then I also want to bring attention to something that Abby meant, which is tomorrow, more college students are announcing the winners of the giveaway, back to school giveaway raffle. So I think our associated students are really doing a great job.
We lost Brian. There you go. There he is.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
So I'll just pick up where I left off. Our students are really trying their best to create a welcoming environment. I think we're all starting off in a way that we really didn't expect and, unfortunately didn't want, but our associated students are really trying their best to, make the best out of the situation. And so I want to commend all of their efforts. And one concern that I've noticed a lot, having been at both Ventura and Moore Park colleges, is that our students are really concerned with regards to the future of the semester and whether or not we'll stay virtual or back in person. Many students have expressed, a lot of concern and confusion on that. And I know there really isn't much, we could do at this time, still waiting for, the recommendation from the health department. But that is still a major topic of concern on many students' mind. And I wanted to bring light to that. And tomorrow I'll be at Oxnard College to discuss the master plans with President Sanchez and his team. And next Monday, I'll be at Ventura College to discuss the strategic plans with President Hoffman and her team. So I look forward to the rest of the semester and continuing to work with all of you. I think on Wednesday, it'll be my 100th day on the board. So it really has been a pleasure. And I look forward to continuing this semester. And I'll just say that I'll have more information next month, but next month is also, we'll be approving, the student elections board policy. And so we'll be seeing a brand new cohort of student leaders.
Fun. Thank you. Thank you for your report, Brian. I always appreciate your enthusiasm and how busy you are in the work that you do. Okay, so board committee reports, policy committee did not meet. Admin services, is it Vice Chair Mantooth? Vice Chair Mantooth.
Okay, thank you, Chair McKay. The Administrative Services Committee meeting last month was my first, and a dress rehearsal for many, if not all, of the items which we're going to see in tonight's agenda, including the audit, very positive audit, as well as audits of the various foundations at each one of the colleges, and the approval of 3 new positions, as well as sabbatical leaves and some other administrivia. Very positive meeting, and look forward to these items being sunshined later in this agenda. Trustee Perez, anything you'd like to add?
Nothing to add. Great summary.
Okay. Thank you for that. Moving on. So this is action to the committees of the board. And so I'm going to keep, I've been really kind of wrestling with how policy planning and adding accreditation and student success, whether it kind of makes that one a kind of a heavy lift and load. And, but I think it's one of those things that just kind of needs to stay together. So I'm going to keep admin services the way it is with Vice Chair Mantooth and Trustee Perez, and policy planning, accreditation, and student success. I'm going to leave, ask Trustee Torres to continue to chair that. And with trustee Chancer, I thought you and I could figure out a way, since it is a heavy lift, and I know that there's things I'd like to appoint you to the committee, and then I'll be your alternate. So if you ever struggle with time or issues like that, then I can step in as an alternate. And in keeping with that, I'd also like for you to be the alternate for admin services. I know it's something you have an interest in. And that way, if someone's having trouble with the meeting, instead of moving the meeting around, we have an alternate in place that's the first go-to to keep the meetings going on their normal date. There's also an ad hoc committee for that needs to be appointed for the board evaluation. And I'm going to ask ad hoc committee for trustee Perez and trustee Chancer to work on the board evaluation committee. And lastly, there will be, only as needed, as discussed during our meeting, an ad hoc committee to aid in the chancellor's search, and that will be Vice Chair Mantooth and myself. And then we also will be continuing the ad hoc in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Again, that will be trustee Torres will like to continue her work there. And I thought trustee Perez, with your state work in that area, that would be a good addition to that ad hoc committee. So that is the committees. And so I need a motion to approve.
Do we discuss now or at the discussion of the motion?
We can do the motion, or if it's easier, since there's so many things, it might be easier to discuss now. And
okay. So I was looking at the role of the board chair and the appointment of committees. And so one of the things that we have stated is that we have a discussion prior to appointment. So we have a discussion as a board, and as a board during the committees, we discuss perhaps what are some of the areas that we would like to be in. And we really decide as a board, where would we like to be? And then the chair, after discussion, makes the appointments after a conversation with the board. So I know that there's been some people have been assigned to certain committees, but I know, for example, there's one particularly in the search of the chancellor having an ad hoc. And I know that we have the chair and the vice chair, but there might be an interest perhaps of other trustees that would like to be part of that ad hoc, or they may not. I always think it's very valuable as we're moving into inclusivity, being inclusive in the process, to be able to have that discussion, particularly following after our board retreat, to be able to discuss and communicate with each other. It also goes with our new vision statement that we've discussed, to really have that conversation. I think these committees are important. So I would invite just for conversation before we make the appointments, if it's something that the board, actually it's something we have in the appointment of committees. So it's something that we have something that we will do. So that's just something I wanted to mention.
And we will, as stated at the planning commission, the planning meeting, that we will, try to have as many special meetings as possible. In fact, I'm gonna ask for one tonight. And so the hope is that most of the decisions will be made by the full board, and it will be, if anything, it's a perfunctory decision to move something forward. This is not to be on the committee itself interviewing the chancellor any sooner than anybody else. This is to keep the process moving.
I just want to be, I'll wait till after trustee Chancer, so every trustee has an opportunity to speak, and then I'll go later.
Okay, trustee Chancer.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily against your appointments, Chair McKay, but I just share the concern of the lack of conversation or discussion into what our interest may be, and what our best expertise or service may be, or interest, or even concern in certain areas of the district that we would be able to fulfill our duty. So that is a concern of mine. Second concern I have with this item is you mentioned committees that is not listed on this action item. So I know you went through it really rapidly, but I'm I'm a little confused on the who and the where and the different committees. So for those two reasons, I echo Trustee Torres's concern that I would think the first place in, inclusion would be, is there an interest on various trustees of what committee you'd like to be on, and then to take that into account and hopefully balance that out with your right as chair to appoint. So that's my 2 cents. And then the second concern, as I mentioned, is some of the committees that aren't listed.
Okay, well, I apologize. There were more, several people that wanted to be on administrative services, and it's only 2 people per committee. And so that I couldn't make everybody's wishes come true on this one. And the ad hoc for the chancellor search was actually something that Chair Chancellor had put in place in October. It was him and Trustee Mantooth to help with the search firm. So that isn't new. And neither is the diversity, equity, and inclusion, nor is that a new ad hoc committee. And so those just have to happen from time to time. And the ad hoc committee on board evaluation, if that is going to be problematic for you, Trustee Chancellor, then just let me know. But the standing committees that we have are admin services and policy planning, and assuming that we vote in the affirmative, accreditation, and student services.
Trustee McKay, what would be helpful for me, or Chair McKay, for the ad hoc, and that was something that I know when Trustee Chancellor was the chair, there wasn't much clarification. We didn't have a firm yet, so I didn't necessarily ask the questions because I thought maybe more information was going to come our way. I thought it was simply just to get the process going for a search firm, and I envisioned the ad hoc. That's what I envisioned it, because that's where at the stage we were in. But I would like to know more information in terms of the specifics of what the ad hoc will do, because the search of the chancellor is one that I really want all of the trustees to really be involved. It's our one hire, and every single process is important. And I really, as we practice being inclusive, is one of the areas that I am very interested. And so having just information in terms of what the ad hoc committee does would be helpful, and just saying, okay, we're just setting dates and we're going to reach out to everyone, but we need somebody to be the one that sends those emails, makes that call. Does this date work for you? If it's logistical decisions in terms of scheduling dates, it's very different from making decisions of who's going to be in the search committee or what's going to be occurring. Conversation.
Yeah, none of that it is logistics. It was talking on the phone today with Narcissa to see what days I could pick, put out tonight for a special meeting so that we could all be included and stuff like this.
And then what would be very helpful for me, if it's just specific dates, and it would be helpful to have a description of the specifics. I think for me, just being visual of what it is, the task, and also to have that conversation with the timeframes, because I've experienced that I'm just given a time. And it's very nice to be included, all 5 of us, to see, we're going to schedule dates. This is the time. Does this work for you? And then we can move forward with a date, and whether it's we schedule it later, whether it's a time it's in a weekend, whether I take time off, but at least there's a conversation. That would be really helpful, because what I have seen in these last couple of weeks has been that decisions have been made without discussing it with all trustees, at least not with myself, on timeframes. And that's just one of my concerns when I see an ad hoc committee and logistical, that what I have seen up to this point is that decisions are being made without taking my perspective to see if I'm available. So I'm looking forward to making sure that that doesn't happen. So that I just wanted to voice that concern, but I'm happy with the appointment of being able to sit in the DEI ad hoc committee, and then also chairing for the policy committee as well.
Okay, thank you. And it is very difficult to do a chancellor search on the timeline that we are doing. So there may be some dates that with our search firm and with us that are not always going to be, we're going to be as flexible as possible, but we do a timeline that we have to hit. And in my conversation with Narcissa today, she is going to build a timeline so that you'll have that. You'll be able to see kind of when things have to happen. So you'll know when things kind of are going to be happening. And again, that they can't be pushed beyond a certain date, or we're just not going to hit our time frame.
No, that's true. As long as I just know, because a call isn't even made to me to let me know this is the direction. I'm just given a date and time. So I'm more than happy. This is a priority to me. So to make things work, I'm more than happy. I just need, as a trustee, this is our one hire. So I do have the right to be.
No, I hear what you're saying. And
okay, I just wanted to, I haven't seen it happen. So, okay.
Okay. So any other questions or concerns, trustees? Then I need a motion to approve the committees.
I'll move.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the 0.01 board policy 222 committees of the board. All those in favor? Aye, or I guess maybe Laura, I think when we did it by Zoom, we roll call, but is better.
Trustee Chancellor,
No.
Trustee Torres,
No.
Trustee Mantu,
Yes.
Chair McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Perez.
Yes.
Okay.
And that motion was made by, first motion by Trustee Perez.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to 7.02 board policy. This is student workers. Chancellor.
Yes, so HR has done follow-up work to gather more information that's included in the packet of information. It includes what our student workers are currently paid and how the salaries are increasing over time. It includes information on the minimum wage requirement. There's student worker salary comparisons with other colleges and comparisons of work levels at other districts as well. I want to thank HR and the team there that pulled this information together. And it's here for board's review, discussion, and any questions regarding the policy on student worker recruitment and hiring. Laura, anything else you want to add, Vice Chancellor Barroso?
No, you have all the information there, Chancellor Gillespie, that was requested of us. And I also have Director Ingley that's there available for questions from the board.
Okay, thank you.
This was a request of Trustee Chancellor, I believe, for some time, and it comes up, our student workers comes up to us from time to time. So I'll let you kick it off, Trustee Chancellor.
Okay, thank you. I guess the first question I have, and maybe it was in the information, well, let me go back. First of all, thank you for all the information and additional information. Because the increases so far at this point in time, and maybe this isn't the correct terminology, but they're statutory. In other words, the law. Did we as a district receive a dollar for dollar increase on the revenue side to basically afford the statutory increases with the minimum wage increase?
No.
We didn't.
No.
So okay, so that's question one. So and then I guess my takeaway from all of the information that was provided, and again, thank you, the comparisons of other community college districts is there seems to be a larger spectrum of tiers for the skill level or classification of our student workers in some of the more complex or higher skill requirements for these jobs. So I, for one, and I don't really know how to navigate through this, I thought we kind of, at our last meeting that this was discussed, I thought the ask was more information, but then also some options on the financial side or some options of what it would look like for more steps, or as other districts call it, gosh, let me look here, salary levels or description of work. And so it's hard to entertain different options unless that's sort of the goal here, is to look at other community colleges and say, is this something that we want to do? I for one, and I'll use one example, maybe a calculus tutor that would require a lot of training or expertise to fulfill that position, or some of our childcare workers that we entrust to support our childcare centers. So and I noticed in some of the reading and in some of the comparisons of other districts, there was a large value and a compensation that trailed that, placed on experience, that other districts take into account. So I was wondering, what I would like to see are some options put into place that we could make sure that we have the financial means to potentially support. I know a lot of student workers, and I know that a lot of them struggle. They want to work at the college that they're attending, but there are other options outside of the college that, you know, to be frank, that they will be compensated at a higher rate. So that's my ask, is to take this information into, I guess my question is, can we afford to pay student workers a higher rate for the high skilled jobs that we're asking them, and lucky enough that we have students willing to do that work.
Anybody else have any question or comments? Trustee Rodriguez.
I just briefly wanted to piggyback off what Trustee Chancellor was saying, and I would, I don't know, I think this might be directed towards Vice Chancellor Barroso, but what would a timeline look like to implement, you know, the tiers or the different pay levels? When could we expect that timeline wise? That's kind of where my head goes. And thank you to staff for putting this together. It was really detailed, and I found it interesting to see the variety of descriptions and pay scales that each of the different colleges that we're serving.
Thank you, Trustees Rodriguez. I'll turn it over to Director English. She's ready to respond.
Okay, thank you, Director English.
Yeah, so we do have 3 tiers right now, and our level of work is described within those 3 tiers. So if we wanted to change the work and add more tiers, that would be one option. The thing I would caution the board about is just making sure there's a clear line between student worker task-oriented work and classified work that falls into the SEIU bargaining unit. When I review some of those other districts and that level of work, for me, a lot of that work looks like classified work. And if I worked at those districts, I would recommend against some of those tiers. So just something I would like to caution the board about.
Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Torres.
I just wanted to just echo what Trustee Chancellor said and Student Trustee Rodriguez, just looking into it, and if there's a way to be able to compensate our students. And thank you for the comparables that you presented to us. That was very helpful. I know it was a lot of work, but it was very helpful. And maybe there's a way in terms of the job description that isn't the same as classified, or maybe there's something they've done, but it would be helpful, especially during these times, for those students that are attending school, that are in person, that we're able to provide them with a good living wage job here at our campus that's needed. So that would be very, very helpful and very aligned with the work that we're doing right now in DEI, aligning also in terms of our student work, as we're looking the same with our employees, and we're looking into human resources. That would also be another area of the human resources line item or things to consider in terms of student workers and how does that look like, and looking into our job descriptions. So that can be something that would be helpful. And maybe that goes into the Administrative Services Committee. If you're looking into the job descriptions, maybe someone also comes in for a student. Thank you.
I don't know about anybody else. I'm not sure. Oh, Trustee Chancellor.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask this question later in the consent calendar, but I think it's more appropriate now. In the HR, later in the action to approve ratified personnel 13.01, at Oxnard College, there's a number of tutors that are listed. And actually at Moore Park College, there's a couple or a few as well. And I would assume, yeah, Ventura College, there's a couple, or one, two. Are those student workers or are those listed as in a different tier?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know the pay off the top of my head for the provisional tutors, so I'll get that. But we have provisional tutors and we have student worker tutors. If they're students, they're hired as student workers. If they're not students, they're hired as provisional workers. And I believe there are some time constraints around that, so I can get that information for you, Trustee Chancellor.
Okay. Okay, so, but I guess if any of these tutors are enrolled students at the, is whatever it is, I think it was 12 units or however many they need to be considered a student worker, they would automatically fall into that category.
That's correct.
Okay. Helpful. Thank you.
So have we given, I'm not sure we've given direction of what we're looking for next. I feel like Trustee Torres.
I'm going to raise my hand. What I would like to see is in the language, maybe it's something within our descriptions, because I know the concern that was presented was that we want to make sure that our student workers, the job description itself is not the same as classified. So maybe looking into how that would look like. Because we could increase our tiers. And I remember that's something that we can do is just increase our tiers, just like we have in other districts have done. But I think in order to do so, we need to be able to have something aligned to that tier that we're going to increase. What exactly is it? Just longevity? Is it going to be that they're highly skilled? And so we're going to hire them and they're going to be able to enter into tier 3 as opposed to tier 1, and maybe have that information. Just to see if this is something that we could possibly do, because we haven't looked into it right now. I think it was a really nice job to just do the comparables. And now if we wanted to move forward in that direction, how would it look like for us if it's possible? That would be helpful for our students, because that's been something we've been looking into since 2018. I remember December 2018, our first meeting. So it would be helpful as we're looking into a lot of our job descriptions right now, both through the Personnel Commission as well as from certificated, to just also look at our student worker job description, because that's one group that isn't represented, that doesn't have anybody looking at their descriptions because they're not classified nor faculty. So it would be really nice for us, a district, to be able to also look into their job descriptions and see if we're able to have higher tiers as our sister districts, and what have they done, if we can do something alike. So we're also looking for our students into their best interest. That would be, I don't know how that would look like. Maybe Chancellor Gillespie is able to help a little bit with directing specifically what it would be.
We also limit how many hours they can work as well, that they can only, they might prefer not to be a student worker, so they can work 4 hours. Trustee Rodriguez?
I was going to comment on that. I know student workers, I believe they're capped at 20 hours a week. So currently, yeah. So it's 20 hours a week for $15 an hour. And I just wanted to raise that point.
Yeah, that's it. That's the policy that's in front of it as it stands. And I guess the question is, do we want to make any recommendations to the policy? Dr. Gillespie.
Yes, thank you. And I want to mention that the current classification and compensation system was fairly recently updated and revised in 2018, and HR worked with the colleges and provided these 3 categories, and that's working for the colleges right now. I mean, they're able to employ and place the student workers where they need them. And I'd kind of like to have that be a separate conversation from the salary side, because if the interest, we do want to provide fair salaries to the student workers for the work that they do. And if the board's interested in us doing a recommendation around any salary increase for these different tiers, that's a different question, because right now there isn't any recommendation.
I was just letting you know that I'm on my way home. I didn't want you to be worried. My appointment was at 5.
There isn't any recommendation from administration to make changes at this point. However, if the board would like us to look at increasing the salaries above the amounts they are now, and we have that direction, we can provide a recommendation around that.
Chair.
Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I don't want to just increase salaries or hourly rates just to increase hourly rates. I want to look at this. I actually want to couple those 2 things together, Chancellor Gillespie, or that's my ask, is to look at some of the skill of what we're asking our students to do, and to place a value on experience at a more detailed level as some of our similar community college districts do throughout the state. So that would be my ask.
And I, with respect, I think that what Dr. Gillespie said is that was just done in 2018. They took a pretty deep dive into it and came up with this salary schedule. Then we had to make the statutory changes. And so I'm not sure, absent that, some administrators telling us or some direction on where to go with that. I mean, I look at College of the Canyons that has 8 salary levels. I think that seems excessive. I thought when we, 3 to 4 is probably a good number, because aren't they also limited in how many years they could be a student worker? Did I remember that correctly?
I don't believe that there's a limit on how many years they can be a student worker.
All right, maybe we just talked about that at some point.
They just have to be enrolled in a certain number of units.
Yeah, and I remember that was part of the discussion with the 3 that we had. We wanted to have it be that we didn't really want the student workers to have that as their job long term.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's the up to 20 years of age. Have preference. Okay. Yeah, I guess I would like maybe some direction for policy to look at this, because I like that foster youth have, priority, those with dependent children in foster care, students that are under 26. I feel like a lot of, thought was put into this policy when it was done. And so, absent, tell us what's missing. And Trustee Torres, I believe it's your time, and then we need to probably move on.
Okay, I think it's looking at it through the DEI lens. So as we're looking at all of our policies back in December 2018, we didn't have the pandemic. And so there's many changes that have impacted our students since then. And so I think it's really looking into the salary schedule for the students that we do have for that 1 year, 2 years, that we're looking at the policy and the schedule. That's fair, especially in the times that they're working. Some of them are tutors, it's online or in person. They're also, perhaps some can be screeners. There's just different positions that they have. And so I think we can look at it through the policy committee, but that's just policy. And but we will need some direction from staff in order we can set policy, and then maybe we can have that discussion at that meeting with HR present to look into policy, because our policy will definitely impact the APs or what we need to do. But just that's what's missing, the DEI lens, which also goes with our ad hoc committee on DEI as we're looking at every single one of our policies. And this is one that's particularly to our students. And because this is not a represented group, this is one that I want to make sure that we look at, because we just want to make sure it's fair. And I'm not saying step 8, because I know College of Acacia's been all the way over there, but we can look at something maybe in the middle. But that can be a conversation we can have later, and to see, and staff can help us to know how that would look like.
Okay, but this was an information item. Trustee Chancellor, you have another comment?
No, I'm good. I would just direct, the only other comment I would say actually I do is, one of the takeaways when I look at other community college districts and the information provided is there's a higher compensation level for the higher skill student workers. And
I would agree.
Okay, and I think that we can do better. You know, I think,
other than 76 cents.
yes. So however we can, and I would leave it up to the experts. And one area I'd like to hear from actually is our faculty. I mean, are they struggling to find tutors in some of the higher need or higher demand areas like calculus, for example? You know, I'm curious if there is a huge base of calculus tutors out there willing to do the work for, you know, $15 or $15.76 an hour, opposed to some of these other districts that are truly choosing to compensate their students at a higher level, student workers. So, but it sounds like
you answered that question. I mean, do we have trouble filling these positions and keeping student workers?
I don't have the answer to that. I don't know. Mhm.
So just, and then just to get clarification, Chair McKay, it sounds like this is going to go to the policy committee, which is now chaired by Trustee Torres. So I guess she'll work with staff to make sure that this is on the agenda, and then we can discuss it at a further level and then move it back to the board with some further information. Is that the consensus?
No, I actually think this is probably something at our planning meeting we need to think about a little more about what we want to do with it and how it fits in with our planning going forward, because I don't think we've given very much direction to work for anyone to work with without, you know, I agree that we have 3 steps that are 76 cents apart, which doesn't, I mean, that doesn't seem like it differentiates very well between a student that has experience and is much more skilled. And so I would like to understand it better. And I think that maybe we'll have a study session on it so that we can all understand it better.
Okay, I guess I'm just unclear on why sometimes we table some things and say, all right, policy committee, figure out the policy, bring it back to the board, and then we'll understand it and discuss it and see some options. And then this one is going.
This is a mishmash between admin services and policy committee. It's got HR and it's got policy in it. And I can see this just bouncing around forever until we decide collectively what we want done. If our answer is we want 4 steps and we want the top one to be more like $22 an hour, then we're going to have to hear from, you know, SEIU if that's something that they're comfortable with. I mean, this ends up being a bigger thing than that. So I think we need to figure out, is that what we're looking for? And then ask, you know, Ms. Barosa to go back and in HR and just figure out what that would look like, rather than just bouncing this around from committee to committee.
Okay, my only ask is that students, I know Trustee Rodriguez is here and will be with us, but I don't know if Trustee Rodriguez has been a student worker, and not to say that he doesn't have the expertise or views to represent those workers, but I would just ask as many student workers, or somehow some could be surveyed, or I'm sure, I would imagine they would all say, yeah, they want more compensation, but somehow that their voices are included in the conversation.
So Chair McKay, if I could add, and hopefully this will kind of bring to a close for now anyway, that, on the staff side, we will just need time to get additional background information because this was done in 2018 and we can do some work with the colleges to just assess where we're at with being able to fill the jobs and retain the student workers and look at how the budget goes. And then we could come up with recommendations around potential changes to those requirements and salary amounts. But again, it'll take time to do the work to revisit it because it was a pretty good project last time. And, it is important, but I want to make sure that the board is, at least a majority of the board would want us to invest the time to do it.
I guess for me, I would like to understand what, we have 3, little skill required, little initial experience, separated from advanced tutoring skills, including group facilitation and advanced knowledge of subject matter. It's divided by 76 cents an hour. That's what I'm struggling with.
And I can understand that it's not a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I just feel like if they're, maybe I know that they worked really hard on it, but I am really struggling with that level of experience, and the differential is just so small.
Yeah, but why don't you let us do a little follow-up work on it? And I don't think we'd have a lot more information by this Saturday, but by the February board meeting, we'd be able to come with some more information.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Again, like I said, I don't want to get into, a SEIU bargaining. I just think that if we're going to ask for that much more experience, I want to raise the pay a little bit more than 76 cents from bottom to top.
Chair
Trustee
McKay?
Matthew? Yes.
If I may make a couple of comments.
Please.
I too want us to make sure we're not bumping up in a negative way against the structure of SEIU and the classified service, but I think there is room here for a little more incentivizing for these classifications, and perhaps adding a couple of salary levels. And it will not bankrupt the district to do so. But the thing that I'm thinking about as I'm listening to the discussion is an opportunity, and that opportunity is for student workers to become something else in the pipeline, to become a provisional tutor, to become potentially an instructor, or to get fired up about teaching. And that's where I think DEI can play a role in looking at this. And I know that's a longer term effort, but to have policy language that reflects the fact that we want these workers to have a bigger end goal than just being student workers, I think is an opportunity we should explore.
Chair McKay,
Yes.
I know there's not a lot of time between our planning session and today, but it might be helpful if staff can resurrect the report, the agenda item back in 2018 with the supporting documentation and forward it to the trustees for reference heading into Saturday's meeting.
That'd be great. Trustee Rodriguez, did you have one more thing?
Oh, I was just gonna say that I have not personally been a student worker, but both my best friends are. I hear their struggles as student workers with regards to the pay, and so this is important to me as well. And I do think that a study session soon would be most appropriate, so we could all, give staff proper recommendation to move forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I think finding out how we landed here is always a good way to see where to give direction going forward. But I think that we've all have some consensus that there needs to be a couple more levels here, and again, that it's not going to break the district to give our students a bit more. So, Trustee Chancellor, thank you for your tenacity with this.
Thank you. Just one, it just hit me. One further question. In part of the document that's up there right now, because, and I'm assuming it's because of COVID, we had a larger expense on student workers. Did we in turn have to return any restricted funds to the state or federal government that were unspent?
The answer to your first question, the fluctuation from year to year is based on COVID, and no, we did not have to return any money.
What happens to those unspent dollars that were restricted or designated?
So the dollars were spent.
Okay.
We spend a lot of money that's unrestricted for student workers. So we spend the restricted dollars first, but we also spend unrestricted above and beyond what, the restricted dollars that we receive.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, ideally, I like trustees to close this out is Vice Chair Mantooth's idea that, that our student worker program was really robust and they went from student workers to, like you said, to interns to, something else like they do so that they see that they're going somewhere. Okay. Thank you for that discussion. Moving on to 801, the consent calendar. Does anyone have anything they'd like to pull? Trustee Rodriguez.
I'd like to pull 9.01 and 9.02.
Those are minutes, correct? Okay,
Yes.
anything else? Trustee Chancer?
I'd like to pull 11.02, 11.04, and 13.03.
11.02, 11.04, and 13 point what?
03. Correct.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so can I have a motion for the consent calendar absent 9.01, 02, 11.02, 04, and 13.03?
So moved.
Move adoption of the consent calendar except for those items.
Okay, second, Trustee Perez, seconded by Trustee Chancer. Do a roll call vote, please.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Trustee Chancer,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mantooth,
Yes.
Chair McKay,
Yes,
Trustee Perez.
Yes.
thank you. Okay,
And
9.01.
Laura, we need the student trustee as well.
I'm sorry.
Yes, from the student trustee.
Sorry, Trustee Rodriguez. And we go to you for 9.01 and 02.
Yeah, so on 9.01 on item 4.01, I was included in the tally for the votes and I was not called for vote. So if my name could be stricken from the record, and throughout 9.01 and 9.02, my name was misspelled a couple times. It was misspelled B-R-I-A-N and I'm B-R-Y-A-N. So with those edits, I will move adoption of 9.01 and 9.02.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Chancer. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Chancer,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Trustee Mantooth,
Yes.
Chair McKay,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mantooth.
I think
I think you have my vote. I think you're looking for Trustee Perez vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Perez.
Yes.
We get Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Yes, from student trustee.
Okay. Okay, 11.02, Trustee Chancer, these are yours.
Thank you for that. I just want to highlight on my board book, it's page 105, but there's a purchase order for a vendor, Moeller Retail Incorporated, and it's a blanket purchase order at Moore Park College for $10,000 for propane to heat the COVID-19 screening stations. I highlight this because we do have a sustainability resolution, and my question is this the most sustainable way to heat our employer, to keep our employees warm? I know Moore Park College has a solar panel, has solar panels and can generate clean energy rather than purchasing propane. And could we, is it possible to use electricity? I don't need an answer right now, but the reason why I highlight that is, do we have, sort of like a decision tree or a checklist when it comes to some of the purchases or actions that we're doing across the district to make sure that they are following our sustainability resolution, and that, you know, really, to be honest, every decision we're making, is it the most sustainable decision, if it is appropriate to utilize or to implement. So I don't know if that falls in that category or not, but I just wanted to highlight that. And then my other question was the last purchase order, or the last PO in this board report, which was for the new marquees at Ventura College, or actually not new marquees, to repair and refurbish 2 marquees. So it's the last one listed for $123,000. I was just unclear why we were using Fund 114 for that. I thought that that would come from 113 or even general fund dollars. So I did, for that one, I would ask for a response. I did email that question in, but I know the colleges were going to research that.
Okay.
President Hoffman's, do you have a response regarding why the college decided to use their 114 funds, which you can do, but why did you choose that over the others?
I don't know. I'll have to check with our vice president of business.
All right.
But Vice Chancellor Al-Fattal, is that you want to confirm the colleges have the options to select among those funds to pay for these?
Oh, well, yeah, that is true. But I don't know the specific reason. Sometimes it has to do with the going through the program review process and one-time dollars versus ongoing money. But I don't know the particular reason for that purchase. And between President Hoffman's and I will get that response and provide it for the trustees.
Yeah, but just to clarify, the college is following policy and appropriate procedure by selecting among those different funds to pay for this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But we can find out why they decided that and get that to the trustees if you'd like that information.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I and just in case someone's listening that isn't aware of the difference between 113 and 114, I was under the impression that 114 typically is it an enterprise fund? Is that what we normally call that one? That basically it's a fund that makes money and then supposed to be sustainable. So that was why
there's different sub funds in there. I'm not looking at the definition. I don't want to misspeak about that, but those 114 is all unrestricted dollars, as you know, and as has been described before. So 111, 113, 114. I think there's trust accounts in there and fundraising and so on, and also redevelopment funds, for instance, or renting of facilities, and that can be used for those types of things. So I'll have to revisit that, but we'll get the answer and provide it to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Screams of fundraising to me, but we'll find out. Okay.
Then am I the appropriate person to make a motion on that one then?
But you want to do 1303 first?
No, I'd rather keep those separate if it's okay. So I'll make a motion.
Then let's do 11.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve 11.02.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Torres to 11:02. Can we just, all those in favor, and we can use our raise our hand thing? How about that? We're on the consent agenda. There we go. Look at us.
I'm looking forward.
Trustee Perez. You can just say yes, trustee Perez.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes, okay. All right, trustee Chancellor, back to you.
All right, for 11.04, it wouldn't seem right to ask a question about the propane use and not acknowledge in the finer details of this item, Oxnard College's decision to replace 2 lawnmowers with the least polluting lawnmowers that are out there. I read a while ago that one lawnmower produces more pollutants than, you know, this many cars. I can't remember the statistic, but I just wanted to say thank you for that. And with that, and to see the climate change resolution, but also these practices in place with some of the purchasing. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve 11.04.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Rodriguez. And we'll do our hand raising thing again. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. And there's back to you, trustee Chancellor.
Okay, and I made a mistake. The question was answered for 13.01, so I'll make a double motion when I bring up 13.03. But for 13.03, for the ethnic studies instructor at Moore Park College, my question is, when will, and maybe it seems like we don't have different job descriptions for different department, right? So we come up with, when I looked at the job description, it looks like it is general for an academic instructor full-time, whether that's math, history, life science, whatever it may be. My question is that appropriate considering some of the DEI work that we're asked to take on, specifically for a job of ethnic studies where some of the requirements or experience that the colleges may be looking for are different. And I think some of the language in the job description might be outdated as well. This one was updated in 2016, but it does have education experience listed, but there were some other things. And then like, for example, physical abilities, it says operate computers and other office equipment and technology, communicate to exchange information. Is there an opportunity to expand and embrace some of the DEI language? And another example is it says working conditions, environment, classroom and office environment. I think post-COVID, I think environment's going to be different. You know, it is different. And yeah, there will still be face-to-face classroom instruction given, but do we need language that also explicitly states that it might not be in a classroom and it may be, you know, through a distance education model or something of that nature. So I don't really, of course I support and thank you to Moore Park College for moving forward with this ethnic studies position. But I do have some questions and concerns in regards to the general job description for all teaching instructor positions. And what made me pull this one again is I think the colleges may, of course, that's not at the trustee level, but may have to look a little differently for ethnic studies instructors, because it is such a new, well, it's not a new field, but they may have to look at other experiences for this position. Potentially, I don't know. So that was my concern.
I think it's duly noted. And So having said that, are you okay moving forward with this, with the motion?
Yeah, I am, and I'm totally prepared to make it. I guess my question that is, when will the community college district be revising these job descriptions? And is there a goal to incorporate some of the DEI language and work involved? And do other community colleges separate instructor job descriptions by department?
So just real quick, we're way off the topic of approving an ethnic studies instructor. I appreciate Trustee Chancellor you bringing forward the items you're noticing about reviewing the job description, and then I'll just need to talk to HR what the next, where they're at with ideas around looking at job descriptions, because we do want to look at things from a DEI perspective, but don't have any details or answers right now on it.
Well, is there anybody, college presidents, academic senate, anybody that can answer that question? Do other community college districts differentiate between departments and their job descriptions? That's question one. And then two, when are we on track for a revision date?
So I would, if there's board interest, I would just suggest that we agendize academic instructor job description to then be able to have board discussion and staff input, because we're not prepared to get into the details of it right now.
Right, and we have talked about it some. If the DEI ad hoc committee, we haven't met in a long time, so we need to do that. So we need to get voting on this item that's on the agenda. Are all of these questions, Trustee Rodriguez and Trustee Torres, to this agenda item?
Yes, because it sounds like Chancellor Gillespie just said he wanted to get just some idea from the board. Chancellor Gillespie, I know you have a task force, a DEI task force from the district, and I know that everybody's moving forward in that direction. Is this something, looking at job descriptions, is this something that goes through the DCHR committee, or is this something that the district DEI task force would look into? How would this look like? Because this goes now, not for us as a board level, we direct the policy, and our policy levels for HR, we definitely have DEI. So this is more in terms of the operational piece. How would we get a report back and knowing how these job descriptions?
Okay, so can we vote on this item? Are we going to hire this ethnic studies instructor? And Eric Reese, I see you, so I'm going to indulge that you're going to try and answer one of these questions.
Just remind the board that you approved DI language to be added to the BP 7120 for all the hiring processes. There's a lot of discussion happening. There's already been some language added. Trustee Chancellor is correct. This is a generic one that often goes just for approval of the position, and then they are updated and tweaked for each particular position. And there has been language that's been added. We're looking for a diverse faculty that are interested in, removing equity gaps, and all sorts of other language has slowly being added and is working its way through the different groups. We're working on collating some of that information. And I think we're all on the same page on this one. Just so thanks for indulging me, but this is just to get the position through so we can get this program underway. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, with that, I'm gonna, are you good, Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, no, I am. I just, I don't want these questions to just float away, and I agree.
I don't think they are going to float away. I think what Dr. Reese had just said is that, we did approve that. We put that language on the top of all hiring policies to say that all hiring policies had to, that's what we did with, it was 70, I can't remember the number it was, about 2 meetings ago. And so every single one of the, behind that, there's hiring the vice chancellor, hiring of this, hiring of that. And so they're all going to have to go through this process of getting the language changed.
Okay. I just think that there's a reason why we place the job description behind the item so the public can see it. And if this is the thing, if this is the job description that's going to go on our website, I think there's some work that can be done. That's what I'm saying. And it's hard to let it go without a timeline or that, but I'm hopeful that moving forward, and it sounds like there are specific job descriptions out there that maybe in the future, if we have a new position like a math position at one of the colleges, we can have a job description that is more aligned to that. So yes, with that, I will make a motion. Thank you for listening. I make a motion to approve 13.03, action to approve the establishment of ethnic studies instructor at Moore Park College.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Chancellor, seconded by vice chair Mantooth. Let's do our hand voting. Trustee Rodriguez, you too?
I just wanted to raise the question of, didn't we also have to do 13.01 as well?
I thought he said he skipped that he would.
I did, but I was supposed to make a motion. So good catch there. I'll amend my motion to approve 13.01 and 13.03. Thank you, trustee Rodriguez.
And will you amend your second, trustee, vice chair Mantooth?
Yes.
Okay. Now, all those in favor, hands up. We're good. We did it. Thanks, everyone. Okay. Let's take, how about a 10-minute break? Is that good? What time is it? It is 7:30. Let's come back. 7:40. Let's come back at 7:50. 1 minute. Trustee Torres, trustee Chancellor.
So she said that she heard from Ventura College.
Someone put their notebook on his space bar. There's trustee Torres. Hey, trustee Rodriguez, are you back? There you go. Okay. I explained why we're skipping over 1401. 1402, redistricting of our maps, and I will turn that over to Dr. Gillespie, who I think is going to give it to Dr. El-Fattal.
Correct. Yeah. So Dr. El-Fattal, if you could provide an overview, please.
Yeah, just briefly, you had seen at your December 14th meeting, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors maps, and this item is showing you a Plan A and a Plan B of the Ventura County Office of Education maps from their last meeting. They are going to vote on one of those plans tomorrow. Their board meeting is at 3:30. I think there's a time certain of approximately 3:40 to take 90 minutes to discuss Plan A and Plan B for a second time, and then they will vote. We were able to check today of the 5 trustee areas on either Plan A or Plan B. Each of your residences stays within the trustee area that you're presently in. So I wanted to share that information with you, and there's a relatively easy way to just type in the address to see where you fall into the map versus scrolling and drilling down deep into the map to see where your street is. And then also I wanted to remind you that you'll need to vote on one of the maps of the different options before the first day of February 1st. I'm sorry, of March 1st.
Yeah.
So you have a little bit of time, and this is just to give you more information in terms of the redistricting process and which approach you might want to take.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions, or this is information only for us at this time?
Information only.
Okay, if everybody's good with it, I will say that I like just the looks of these maps, that they don't break up our communities quite the way the supervisors do. And I will be interested to see what the County Board of Ed decides to do with it. Okay, if that, we will move on. Thank you for getting these maps for us, Dr. El-Fattal. I appreciate it. And actually on an iPad, you can see the streets pretty well.
Oh, good. Okay. You're welcome. My pleasure.
You can, they're a little more transparent than on the printed version.
Right.
Okay. So next action item is start time to regular board meetings. Our board meetings tend to go a little bit late. We thought maybe starting at 4:30 on a regular basis would help us get our business done and get everybody out of there on a more regular basis. We did manage to, I think, speed things up enough that we didn't go with a second meeting per month permanently. And this is just another option to end before 10. So is there any discussion? This is for action and discussion or discussion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can we assume that the times listed from moving from closed session to open session, those 1 hour blocks are, those are targets, correct? They're not statutory requirements.
That is correct. We often, if we know we have a loaded closed session, we can push the the meeting time back to 6 or 6:30, and we have. And sometimes we also, have the agenda such that, closed session, we can go back to it. So yes, it does leave, we can make it that open session, target is 5:30, but we can change that. And we probably should, because we just never know how long it's going to take us up there. And we're going to, plan for, like what they just said, like Dr. Alfatel said that they're planning a time certain for this map discussion and a 90-minute discussion on it. And maybe, maybe we should start looking at that when we do agenda setting, is to, start putting some times on how long we're going to spend on things.
Yeah, thank you very much. I also wanted to recognize that although we're proposing to move things up by half an hour, doesn't mean that the elapsed time of the meeting is going to magically shorten.
Correct.
We just might be done earlier in the evening, but I think we still have the objective ahead of us to have briefer meetings.
That's correct. I also think that from someone who, when assuming we're going to go back to the district at some point, driving at the earlier part of the day, it makes for a little bit quicker drive on the 101 than the later start. Trustee Torres.
Thank you. So we've had conversations before, and so this is a meeting of the board, and I'm happy that we're having a conversation, because the decision to start at 4:30 was definitely a time frame that wasn't discussed with the board. It was the chair and the vice chair, and we now have before us an action item, and it goes back, I guess, in terms of being inclusive. And so DEI is something we do in all of our work, and particularly when it comes to our meetings, it's something that we should decide and discuss, and we did so. So in our December 14 meeting, we looked at our calendar, we discussed it, we agreed on a time. And then, much to my surprise, it was decided by chair and vice chair to have the meeting start today at 4:30, which is the reason why I wasn't here on time, because I needed to come to a meeting that the chair and the vice chair decided to have. At this point, it's important to discuss it. It's important to discuss it because that's the way it took place. And so we're having this meeting and we're discussing it. So at this moment, the 4:30 time does not work for me. The 5 o'clock is a good time. It's something that has been very successful. That works for me since 2018. We're looking at conducting business that works in the best interest of all of the board, and being inclusive is being inclusive to each other. So practicing the principles of DEI and inclusive it's in setting a calendar. So for me, half an hour, I think the reason we're finishing promptly is because we are now moving forward. The reason for the meetings, we really need to look into what took the meetings a little bit longer. We have learned within the 2.5 years. And so we are speeding things up. There's reports that are coming to us written when before they were verbal. There's less conversation. So we have to also recognize the great work we've done as trustees in order to continue to move forward. So the 4:30 does not work for me. I am wanting to stay with what we have, which was a 5 p.m., which is what we agreed upon in December 14th, because I cannot do at 4:30 and coming in late or coming in at 4:45. That's not an option. So for me as a trustee, as our meeting, I want to stay with the 5 o'clock time that we have. And I think what we've done in the past, which was very successful, was in terms of we believed we needed to maybe come in a little bit early, which I've respected from all of the past chairs that we've had. They would call us and say, we need to meet early. Can you come in at 4:30? Is it possible? And we make the arrangements and we make those exceptions to come in early depending on the circumstances. But at this point, the 5 o'clock time frame that we currently have is the one that works best for me.
Trustee Chancer.
Yeah, I'm confused on why this item's on the agenda. And here's my reasoning why. If I'm aware that there's one trustee because that trustee has employment that requires them to be there at a certain time and they can't make the 4:30 start time, then it's a non-starter. I don't understand why we would then move forward and agendize this and then have a discussion about it. I mean, the reality is we have a trustee that is a school administrator, and it sounds like or it doesn't sound like that's her primary employment, and to discount that and say, well, we're going to need you here just because we'd like to start earlier by 30 minutes. I don't know. To me, it's a disrespect. So
I think it's disrespectful that you think that that's why it was put
I
on.
wasn't done. And the second thing, for my own personal reasons with little ones and the challenges of that, I also I banked on a 5 p.m. start time. That's just what we've done. And of course, if there's a board majority, then change will have to, we'll have to, move forward. But to me, it's I don't want to say an offline conversation, but we all trustees, we all bring our lives with us to these meetings. And of course we ran to attend these meetings, but I'm just surprised there's not this common hey, you're a school administrator, you're in charge of hundreds of children, every day. And then this is the job you have to do. Of course we're going to accommodate that. So it's just surprising to me.
I was surprised because Trustee Torres, because she told me that she could rearrange her schedule when needed to attend meetings. So I'm surprised at this extraordinary backlash. So
when needed, and that's very important, when needed. And I have done so in the past. It wasn't that it was going to be a calendar every month. So when needed, and it was specific for special meetings. And that's always been very clear. And so I'm surprised that when I said something, coming in being very collegial and being supportive, it got taken or it got interpreted in a way that it wasn't so, that you knew very clear. And so, but just to be clarified, I can make those exceptions when we have special meetings, something that's occurring. But for my standard meeting, the 5 p.m. time is the one that I've committed to, is the one that I've arranged, is the one we've discussed before. This isn't nothing new to the board, and this works well. We're talking about 30 minutes. Really, the business of the board, if you look at it today, we're probably going to be done at night. And it's not because we started at 4:30. It's because we look at the agenda. We're moving consent calendar items fast. We're only pulling a few things. We are complying with the ground rules. There's questions being asked to the chancellor prior to the meeting. So I don't understand why there's this need to move when I have seen clearly through our meetings that we're moving along. And we just had this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to make sure it's clear, but if we want to go for the vote, let's go for the vote. But this doesn't work for me, and I'd like to stay with the 5 p.m. time.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide a little bit of just my own comments. I think my main concern is just the students. For myself, I think I'd be able to pull it off, but I would have also had to get a heads up. Today, the ASVC meeting was at 3:30 and it ended right at 4:45. And luckily we were on Zoom, but if we were in person, I think it would have been a lot harder for me to make it all the way to the DAC, or to have, Tony Magana, the ASVC president, also make it. I know he wasn't here tonight, but again, just because of that, close timeline, I think that just might be a little bit helpful for students to keep it at 5 p.m.
Okay. No, trust me, I understand. When the district office was out on Stanley Road, it was a 40-minute drive for me, so I get it. So this was a hope that staff could get out earlier, but it doesn't, Trustee Mantu, Trustee Perez, unless anybody's in love with this, it doesn't sound like needs to go any further.
Madam Chair,
yes,
I'd like to make a motion to pull this item from the agenda.
Good call. Is there a second? We're done.
Madam Chair, I also don't want to lose sight of my comment about each and every member of this board making a firm commitment to meetings that are of less duration.
I would agree, and I think Trustee Torres' comments are well taken.
Chair McKay, who was the second on pulling this item?
It was Trustee Chancellor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Don't need, nobody's absent. Next action item is the 1501. Action to accept the audited financial statements. I'm we got a report earlier from admin services, but are there any further questions, discussion? Dr. El Patel, do you need to tell us anything more about these?
We do have Rachel Green, the senior manager from Eide Bailey, to present or answer questions if you'd like. The couple of other auditors presented to admin services, but she is filling in for them quite capably and is available or should be available if there are any questions.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions?
Chair.
Trustee Rodriguez.
I know this is kind of outside the realm of the student trustee, but I did have the opportunity to, read the audit, and there were just two things that kind of stuck out to me. On page 29 of the report, it's also page 292 of the agenda. On the investments paragraph, the third sentence, it says, the district's investment balance of approximately 29 million was exposed to custodial credit risk because it was uninsured, unregistered, and held by a brokerage firm, which is also the counterparty for these securities. The district does not have a policy limiting the amount of securities that can be held by counterparties. And I was just kind of, I don't know, that just really stuck out to me. And so I asked the chancellor about it, and he wasn't able to provide any clarifying information. So I don't know if this is best suited for the consultant, the auditor, or maybe Dr. El Patel, if you could talk about just the counterparties and the credit risk.
I think if Miss Green is on, she can probably address that. It's their report.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here to present the audit report and answer any questions that you might have. To answer Trustee Rodriguez's question regarding the 29 million that's exposed to custodial risk, this is a standard disclosure that we're required to make under the GASB accounting principles for financial reporting. That 29 million is actually related to the district's OPEB irrevocable trust fund that the district has established to pay for OPEB retiree benefits. What this is saying is that the district essentially has an investment balance that's in excess of the statutory SIPC insurance, which is standard 500,000 under any investment agreement. The district at this time does not have an additional policy or collateralization agreement that we are aware of or that has been disclosed to us, essentially collateralizing against those additional losses above and beyond the SIPC standard insurance. Now, this would be something that the district could consider. However, at this time, they do not have one. So it's a required standard disclosure that we must make.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
I don't think, did someone start to say something?
No, I was just saying thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just wanted to also say thank you for that additional information. And then the next question was on, oh no, I lost the page. Maybe you could just come back to me while I look for it. My apologies.
That's okay. Anyone else? I'm trying to figure out what these notes I wrote mean.
Yeah.
Trustee Torres.
I just had a question. I noticed that for some of our investments, our custodial credit risk, it mentions that we don't have a policy limiting the amount of securities that can be held by counterparties. Are those things that we should look into within time? I know we've made some investment that we have like certain millions of dollars invested, and so we don't have necessarily a policy in place that says maybe when it comes to the board to determine, do we want to continue reinvesting this as a risk? So it did state that we don't have a policy in place. I was wondering if this is something we wanted to consider at some point. I thought they were really informative, but when I was reading, I thought, oh, maybe that's a policy we should have in place so we can revisit, because at this moment in time, it just appears that we're really not much involved in it. It seems like for some places, it is common practice to have a policy. Is that something we're looking into, or something that it might be we should start looking into?
And so an investment policy that limits where we can invest?
It says, well, I was looking at page, on mine is 292 of the report. And it says, for example, investments, and it's the very last line. It says the district does not have a policy limiting the amount of securities that can be held by counterparties. And just throughout the report, there were just certain ones where it talks about how much we have invested. And so it's at a high risk of custodial credit risk, I believe. And we don't have a policy that we limit it, or that might come to us to know what we have, and do we want to continue keeping them for this certain amount of time. So there isn't anything in place that can come to us to determine, do we still want to maintain them depending on the market? This is where it's at. Do we want to make this decision as a district? We don't have a policy like that. So I thought that would be maybe helpful at some point to just come to the board and just, I don't know, report it to us if it's whatever we decide. But I found that was interesting.
I'll comment in a minute if I may, but unless there's other board questions, or if Ms. Green would like to comment at all on that.
All right, let's get, I mean, do you want to get an answer first, or?
Yeah, because I thought that was really interesting. I mean, it was very insightful, because it was very insightful. So it would be helpful to know if this is something that you see in other places, and maybe there's places we can look at that we can reference to, or.
Sure, absolutely. I'd love to answer that question. So this is actually having a policy limiting the amount of securities that a counterparty can hold is actually not common practice that I see in many of my community college district clients. What we see more frequently is a collateralization agreement. So typically we will see some type of backing of those securities in a separate outside agreement. So that's something that the district could look into. Of course, the district is more than welcome to look into creating a policy limiting those securities held by counterparties. However, it could become a little bit complicated, especially with respect to this particular type of investment, which is your OPEB trust, which I imagine you guys have a trustee, which is probably governed by a third-party administrator that you guys utilize. So in that case, I'm not exactly sure the semantics behind how you would make that work. So I don't know if it would be beneficial or helpful in this particular case, just because of what that investment relates to, which is your OPEB trust.
My comment is by investing, well, the board approved the trust quite a few years back before I arrived.
Over 2010.
The trust that we use is Futurus, which runs a lot of trusts for K-12 and community colleges. We do have a trustee. I'm going to forget the bank name. I'm not looking at the documentation right now on the top of my head. But part of putting money in an irrevocable trust like that is so that you can make greater return on your money, on your investment, than leaving it in the county treasurer, which pays a very small amount of earnings for that. So, and as part of that, the trust, there are investment policies that are reviewed, et cetera, but the auditors do have to put this comment in their audit. So I would be happy to get a little bit more information to share with the board in the very near future. We just had we're having meetings twice a year now, I think, versus more often. We've made quite a substantial amount of money in the investments. I think, well, $9, $10, $12 million over all of this time that we would not have earned in any other way. But I can provide the board with additional information regarding what safeguards are in place, as are the same safeguards or similar safeguards as occur across the state with community colleges and K-12 districts.
Oh, that's so helpful. Thank you. I also wanted to ask you, Dr. Fotel, I was reading in the document that we submitted as a district everything that they needed, that we didn't include analysis or assumptions of our financial statement. It's not necessary, but they said it's helpful to have it. And I'm trying to look for the page, and I thought I had bookmarked it, and I did, but it fell out of my binder. But it stated that we didn't submit like our own analysis and assumptions. We submitted the documents, and even though we didn't submit it, we still did okay, but that's one of the things that typically they see. Is that something that we just didn't do for this one, but do we usually do that as a district?
Ms. Green?
I think I would need additional clarification on where you're referencing that note in the audit report. Was that part of the findings, or was that part of the communication with governance?
So and just to dovetail with that comment, we provide all the information. We want our auditors, we want this audit to be an independent audit. We don't want to tell them what to say and when to say it and how to say it. So we rely on their independence and their subject matter expertise in terms of accounting. We do a management analysis, an MD&A, that we talk about some things, but I'm not sure what you're referring to. We can address that, if you, well, I have Emily Day on. So Emily is our internal CPA and of course highly knowledgeable about the audit and is the driving force behind getting that. So if the Chair McKay wouldn't mind, maybe she can recognize Ms. Day.
I just found it, and I'm sorry, I just found it. It's on page 3. It's in the independent auditors report. So it's on the actual Ventura County Special Report for Board of Trustees and Management only. And it's on page 3 of that report, and it's where it says other matters. And it's that paragraph. That's the one I'm referencing to.
Can you reference the page, the agenda page that it is?
Oh, 365.
355?
365?
Or 2?
I'm just pulling open that report so I can take a look at what exactly that's referring to. Okay, so that was on page 3, and you said it was in which paragraph was that now?
Other matters?
Got it, I see that. Oh,
I'm confused about the page number, Trustee Torres. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's in the binder is 365.
Oh, 365.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I can absolutely answer this question. So in order to be considered under the GASB a set of what we call a basic financial statement, you must include what's called a management's discussion and analysis. Now, because we've issued this, what we call a special report, which is for the fund financial statements, we can't call it, we can't not say that you have omitted the management's discussion and analysis, but alternatively, there is the management's discussion and analysis included in the district report, whereas this special report that you're reviewing this in is more of management's tool to kind of review the fund level financial statements. And we've issued an opinion over those financial statements, but you did not include the MD&A, probably because you included it with the other district, the consolidated district audit report. That's why we put that other matters paragraph in there, to just kind of call attention to that omission.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's more of an accounting standards type thing that we just need to disclose that that's there, that it's been omitted, but you guys have included it in the district report, which is why you wouldn't include it twice.
And this is a special report for this board. All boards don't ask for or require a special report. So this is unique for this district.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it. Is this also where we look into the foundations, see their independent report? Or
that's not at this item. That's coming.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on. I'm done. Thank you.
Trustee Chancer? Thank you, Emily.
Thank you. On page 5 of that supplemental report that Dr. Alfatal was mentioning, which is 367 of our board binder, it has our general unrestricted funds, and this is the first time I've seen it referenced differently and with such a large variance. So it has our state revenue, our budget of 173 million, but the actual came in at 90, and then another 98 million went to local revenues versus the state. So I was just curious, is that do we have budgeting practices that are different than what our auditors? Is it a language difference? I'm sure it's just like a small detail, but I was just curious about that.
I will let one of district managements answer that question.
Thank you.
Ms. Day is ready, I think.
I see her.
Hi, everyone. So this has to do with how we budget our total computational revenue. When we go through our budget development, both tentative and for the adoption, we calculate total computational revenue and we budget that as part of state revenues because let's say like the other three prongs of total computational revenue is state apportionment, property taxes, as well as student enrollment fees. If student enrollment fees do not get paid because of bog fee waivers, or if, let's say, property taxes don't come in, the full amount of the TCR, the total computational revenue, would come in as state revenues. So when we calculate TCR as budget development and we put it into our ERP system, we have it down as state revenues. However, as that gets paid within the three buckets of TCR, enrollment fees, local property taxes, as well as state apportionment, it can come in either as local revenues or as state revenues. So that is kind of, that's why you see those variances between our unrestricted state revenues and our unrestricted local revenues, because of our practice to put all of the TCR, 100% of it, as budgeted in state revenues.
And thank you for that. And does this only show up in an audit, or does this also show up in this frame in our adopted budget book as well? Because I don't remember seeing that.
When we do our adoption budget, we don't break it out by these three, like federal, state, and local. We just put it in as the various portions of state apportion, like TCR. We also put in like lottery, which it's just a different classification of how we present our different revenue streams.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so going back to the beginning of this is an action item. Do I have a motion to?
Chair?
Yes. Oh, Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, I found the page that I had lost. My
Okay.
guess, my bookmark also fell like Trustee Torres's, but it's on page 19 of the report, 381 of our board agenda. It's the enterprise fund food service. In just the top line of Moore Park, $23, Oxnard, $693, Ventura College, $212. I just wanted to get it right that this means, like, this is just saying the money that was brought in, correct? Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are correct.
So Moore Park only brought in $23 during that period?
That is what it looks like, and I truthfully am not surprised by that due to the campus closures and the COVID-19, considering enterprise funds are self-sustaining and more based off of sales and commission-driven revenue sources. So if the college was experiencing significant closures due to COVID and the pandemic, this is in line with what I would anticipate seeing.
All right, thank you for
You're welcome.
that.
Of course.
With that, I'll move adoption of
Accepting. You're accepting the audit.
I'll move adoption to accept the audit.
Is there a second?
Sure.
Who said sure?
Oh,
there a
sorry, I
second?
wasn't sure if it.
No, you're fine. You made a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Trustee Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Chancer, that we adopt the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021. Raise your hand, trustee. There we go. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay, now we move on to the foundation.
So if I may, so each of the foundation audits were conducted. They're all unmodified, which is the cleanest, best option or audit that can be provided. Oxnard College Foundation did have a finding, segregation of duties relating to staffing, and that was it has to do with the small size of the operation, and you have seen this before. Other than that particular item, these are clean audits, and Emily is still on with us to answer any questions that you might have.
Vice Chair Mantus, do you have a question?
I do not.
Okay.
I forgot
Just about- I
to
just-
remove my hand signal. Thank you.
Okay. Does any trustees have a question on the foundation audits? Trustee Torres?
I do. So what happens once there is a finding within Oxnard College, and I know that it still did well. What happens next? We look into hiring additional personnel because based on what they said, it was staffing and such a small office. So I was just wondering what happens next.
Emily, would you care to comment? And
Yes. So let me take a step back and explain what has happened before these reports came to you tonight. So each of the foundation has their separate board for the foundation boards, and they've received and have accepted the reports as well as the findings specifically. So for Oxnard College Foundation, what my colleague, Vice President Renbarger has shared with me is that that the leadership, the Oxnard College Foundation director position has changed hands. They are in receipt of the significant deficiency in terms of staffing, as well as the material weakness related to segregation of duties. And they're analyzing what their different options are to remediate these.
Thank you. I saw President Sanchez also his camera come on. I'm not sure if he wanted to share anything.
Thank you, Trustee Torres. This finding has been there each year I've been there, and I think it was there for a long time before I got to Oxnard College, and it's a little bit of the bane of my existence. When I've talked to the board, though, the first thing that emerges is that the foundation is a separate 501c3, which I can't control. And then secondly, when I asked the auditor very specifically about this finding, she always apologizes for that note, and she says, look, I have to, under our rules, point it out, but it's not something that I think is a big deal. So I appreciate Emily's elaboration on that. That's a little bit of the backdrop. They could hire a CPA and it would obviate the finding instead of the person that they've had who's a bookkeeper by background. But it would incur additional expense that doesn't seem to be necessary. Seems to have been working okay for them thus far. But as Emily points out, they do have a new director now, and it is conceivable that we'll be able to take care of it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both. It was very helpful.
Okay. Are there any other questions regarding the foundation audits? If not, if someone moved action to accept the annual audited reports fiscal year ending June 2021 for Moorpark, Oxnard, and Ventura College Foundations.
I'll move acceptance, Chair McKay.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Vice Chair Mantu, seconded by Trustee Torres. Everyone vote, please. Raise your hand. Okay, motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. And then 1503, review year-to-date district-wide legal services.
Yeah, if I may.
Please.
The trustees have asked for this information on occasion, and so this is just an update for what we have been spending our legal services funds on and with whom. We have spent $229,000 year to date through October 31st. There is a total budgeted of $575,000, and as you'll see in the next item, which I'm sure you've already looked at, we'll be requesting additional funds because the 575 is fully encumbered and/or we've received additional invoices after October 31st already that have not been reflected on this particular chart yet. So this is just an update on, again, legal service cost for this district for 5 years previous actual dollars, and then for the current year through October 31st.
Thank you. Are there any questions? It says it's an action item, but it's really just information, right?
This is just information.
Okay.
The next one is action.
Yeah, no, just this one said. So does anyone have any questions or discussion before we move on? Trustee Chancellor.
I guess what I'm unclear on is the overlap of the same general area, for example, human resources, with different firms. But I think my bigger question is what are our internal policies or procedures for employees of the Ventura County Community College District to access legal assistance? So, and I know I've asked this question before and there's been kind of a response given, but is there a checklist or is there a written approval system before somebody makes a phone call, sets up an appointment, or asks a legal firm to complete some research or to get some answers to something? And of course, I understand that a district of this size with 3 separate colleges, a legal budget and legal expenses are critically important. But I'm wondering, just by looking at the trends and the is there an end to this trend? I guess, are we going to plateau at a certain area, and how high is too high, and what insurances does the board have that our own expertise or legal assistance is used? I don't want to say at a last resort, but at a, I mean, it is an expensive resort to use. And I think we need to make sure we're fulfilling our duty of fiduciary responsibility to ask these questions and to know what internal policies and practices we have in place. So I'm curious about that.
Chair, real quickly, if I may. I think that's a great question, but I think is more pertinent to the next item. And just a suggestion.
I agree. And I guess the reason why I asked it now, Trustee Perez, is because the numbers are in front of us versus the next item, they're not. So just so the numbers there, but I'm happy to, I don't know if I'll say it as clearly or more clear.
I'll remember what you said, I think.
Well, and we can move forward. We can move forward to the next item and refer back to the chart.
Yeah, I know. And I think it's the question that's on all of our minds. So why don't we move to the action item 1504? And, this is asking us to take money out of unrestricted reserves to cover legal fees. And so what are we doing to, if anything, to, put a cap on it or whatever we need? Or if we need the legal fees, how does it work?
So if I may address that question, but Trustee Chancellor's initial question, and the Chancellor may like to add to it in a bit, but I'll speak first if that's okay. There's really 3 folks at the district, excluding the board, for example, but there's three individuals at the district that have responsibility for legal costs. So everybody can't call a lawyer and start using them for things. The campuses can't do it. The 3 folks are the Chancellor, myself, and the Vice Chancellor of Human Resources. Now, that doesn't mean that sometimes others will get involved in a process, but they would all go through, actually, ultimately, they'll all go through the Chancellor, because as part of the Vice Chancellor's jobs, we have discussions with the Chancellor of here's what's going on, and here's what we need to do, and here are the different options, and so on and so forth. Now, so I think that's the broad, overarching perspective. One of the other questions that Trustee Chancellor had asked about was human resources is covered from a couple of different law firms. So it depends on what the matter is, and it depends on the capacity at each of those law firms that we can spread work around as necessary. And there are times that one particular firm might be heavily involved in doing a lot of work, and we feel that there needs to be some controls placed on that particular type of work. So we'll have another firm get involved, and so that we can at least have good comparisons between the different firms and how they work and how quickly they work and how much they bill and et cetera and so on. So there's all different sorts of things in place for that. There are in terms of legal fees, it is a problem that we don't always know what is coming at us, right? And I think we're still going to see some increased legal costs because of COVID-related issues. As anybody can sue, we have to be able to defend those in the best, most effective, cost-effective manner as we can. And so that requires a few different ways of doing that. But the bottom line is we do have to use attorneys. So I think initially we budgeted at the adoption budget $575,000 for legal fees. That was less than was actually spent last year and the year before. And we did that for a reason, because we looked at the budget, we looked at the last 4 or 5 years of the budget. We can see that it's increasing, but we also then, when we go through the budget development process, talk to HR and talk to business and try to see and understand what's going on, what cases and matters are still out there, what process of development are they in, are some of them are going to close, do we expect them to amp up cost over the next year that didn't occur? You know, maybe a case started last year, but now the bulk of the expenses are going to come in the next year. So we go through that, objective and subjective process to develop a budget. And then the year happens and things happen and investigations happen. And we happen to have this year more personnel matters that we did not expect. And so we have to come and ask for additional monies. I will say, if in the write-up, 2 years ago, the board approved $150,000 from unallocated reserves, as we're asking for $200,000 now because that's what we feel we need. But 2 years ago it was 150,000. And then last year we were able to utilize contingency and unspent money in our district-wide budget to cover increased costs, because again, we had not budgeted last year $620,000, but we were able to do some things with the district-wide expenditures to cover the legal costs. This year, the reason we're asking for 200,000, and we think that's going to be extremely close to being able to get us through the year. But if something changes, we'll have to come back to the board later on. This is pretty early. We're just halfway done with the year. The spreadsheet was only through October 31st. But we feel that the 200,000 from reserves, we have to ask for it. We have some bills that we're not going to be able to pay. We don't feel like closing encumbrances that have been set aside for good reason, for proper development for certain law firms as the year goes on, right? So we don't think we can draw from those funds. However, as has been described in the board item, if for some reason the district-wide budget does not get fully spent as we're anticipating today, and we're able to use some district-wide contingency or some district-wide unspent money to cover legal costs, then we'll bring that back to the board, and whatever money that gets approved from the unrestricted reserves will go back to the reserves, be set aside for the reserves, so that we're just not going into the reserves and not doing other things to manage accordingly. And by the way, lastly, one other control I think that will address a piece of Trustee Chancellor's question, and maybe a question that some of the other board members have on their mind. It would be easy to say, well, let's budget $1 million at the beginning of the year for legal fees. We haven't spent $1 million the last couple of years, but why not? Let's go ahead and budget it and so on. But then all of a sudden we have this sky's the limit approach, and we want to make sure that we manage to the budget best we can and don't encourage people to use dollars. And when I say people, it's all the investigations, and it's business services. There's some risk issues. There's most of them are personnel matters and collective bargaining matters, and then of course there's board matters also. So we do the best we can at adoption budget time with this line item, just like with all of our line items, to budget in a way that we feel is going to be practical and realistic to what the year is going to turn out to be. And sometimes it doesn't happen that way, and that has been the case the last couple of few years. But I still don't want to recommend of saying, well, we'll just budget more money than we need at the beginning of the year, because that's not really the right way to do it either.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, do I have a motion to, I'm sorry?
I have a comment. I guess my comment was I was looking at the previous years, and if we look at the report, typically 2016 and 17, it was about 260. The following year it was 230. 2018, 2019, we saw an increase. And then 2019 and 20, we saw one go from 640. I know that was a transition to CalPERS. So that one, I kind of had an idea of why we saw that increase in legal fees. But then I noticed that the 600 continue on for 2020, 21. And so when I started seeing legal costs that are really high, I start getting a little concerned because it has to do with our district and we're consulting and there's legal that's involved. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we as a board are informed specifically beforehand of what is occurring. So right now we know that we need 200,000 to pull from our reserves, but at this point, I really don't have a really good understanding of what's occurring. And anytime that it's legal counsel, I have concerns because it's with our district. And so when I start seeing the high numbers, particularly for this past year and this year, that it went up significantly from 2016 and 17, 2017 and 18. I'm trying to understand why. There's only one year that I can understand, which is 1920, because of negotiations and where we were. And I know that there was a lot of legal that needed to be involved. But the other ones I don't. So I don't know if there's a way that as a board, we're able to know as we're starting to incur costs that it comes to us. So it doesn't come to us like in a meeting right now that we need to pull 200 from reserves because of these costs. So maybe there's something that can be incorporated that lets us know, because I was surprised when I saw this item. So that's just.
Yeah, so really, if you look under Liebert, Cassidy, Whitmore, Human Resources, you'll see for 2021 a number of 224,000, year-to-date 145,000. That relates to some of the personnel investigations we'd had to have. Then the board should, I think we provided updates onto what those are and some of the ongoing efforts that are still occurring around those. And again, those investigations do take a fair amount of legal time to come to fruition there. So it's really been related to the number of personnel investigations that we've needed to have that were outside of our control, but we needed to deal with them. The other is there's about 100,000 for the legal fees around the settlement discussions with the retiree association. So
is that the same firm, Greg, or is that a different one?
That's retiree health benefits, Atkinson, Andelson, Lawyer, Rudd, and Romo. And so that's ongoing too. I think we're getting close to wrapping that up. But again, that's a small amount compared to the amount that the district is, the resources resulting from the savings of the move there. But those are the big areas. And yeah, they were, as Dave mentioned, we couldn't plan for some of these personnel items that we've had to spend quite a bit of money on.
There's some that adds up like for general counsel. So with some of these firms, there's some general counsel. I know that we have Best and Krieger who's doing our negotiations, but there's some that I don't know exactly when it's general counsel, what exactly it is that we're consulting with. I know that for board policies, chancellor and board issues under Liberty, Cassidy, and Whitmore, I don't know if that's a professional development that they did.
It is. So a lot of that one is for when Laura Shulkin had her 2 or 3 sessions with the board. There was a cost there. But Dave, you had your hand.
Yeah, no. If I may, and I
Trustee
apologize.
Chancellor also has his hand up, right?
Who would you like first? Sorry.
Well, Trustee Chancellor has been patiently waiting for quite some time, and then.
I guess my question to the district is, with this ask for more resources, is there a concern? Like, do the expenses exceed? And if there is a concern, is there a plan to correct that concern? And I'm just thinking, I know other districts have in-house legal counsel. I know other districts use, HR employees to do investigations, not always lawyers, or legal firms. So I guess that's one of my concerns. And just to clarify, are you predicting or budgeting that we're going to go over $619,000 this fiscal year in legal costs?
So I'll try to go in reverse order, and then I'll come back to something the chancellor said, if I remember. So my request for $200,000 will be to add to the existing adoption budget of $575. So in the fiscal team's best projection at this point in time, we think that we'll spend $775,000 in legal fees this year. I hope it does not go higher than that, but it's possible it could go up a little bit above that, and it's also possible it could be a little bit below that. So 775. I always have concerns for any costs that are going up. I think that, and now I'm going to forget the questions that Trustee Chancellor had asked, the other questions. So I'm sorry. Would you mind, if you remember them, would you repeat them?
Well, I guess I'm going to summarize all my questions here, and I'm going to also take some of the comments that Trustee Torres mentioned. And she referenced needing more information. In the description of this item on impact of approval, it says the district will utilize general fund unallocated unrestricted reserves to pay for operationally necessary legal services during the remainder. My ask is, I think this board needs more details on the necessary legal services that we're paying for. I for one, don't feel equipped with the information of where last year the $619,000 went, and this year the potential $750,000 is going. Now, I don't know how that I'm sure it's sensitive information. It needs to be a closed session item. It can be created and disseminated to the trustees, but with the cost going up as they have through the years, I'm uncomfortable of where they're going without information. I'm sure with the information, I would feel quite comfortable, but without it at this point in time, I'm not comfortable of where we're going. What's going to happen next year, and what are some of the solutions or plans to curb these costs?
So let me step back for just a minute. Trustee Torres asked about, she mentioned general counsel. I'm going to assume she meant general legal. The description in the spreadsheet is general legal. The board only has one general counsel. Each law firm can offer general counsel services, but the board hired one law firm to offer general counsel services, and that's Lieber Cassidy Whitmore. That's the only firm that offers general counsel services to this board. General legal might be a contract related issue or a CCAP agreement or something like that for instance, that would be categorized under general legal. Most of, if you look back at 1920, a lot of the dollars in there were spent on negotiations, as has been mentioned here already. In 2021, quite a lot was spent on retiree health benefits, right? And as the chancellor mentioned, that's dropping down. This year, there's been quite a lot on personnel matters. And in fact, when we budgeted at the beginning of the year, Lieber Cassidy, we budgeted $100,000. Then we came back and on a PO, we budgeted another $90,000 because we had some legal money not budgeted because we didn't know which law firm was going to use it. So that was 90,000. So they've already spent. We budgeted 190,000 for Lieber Cassidy. They billed us, and we paid 170,000 as of October 31st. Now they don't bill us, the next day after the month is over, but we may have a bill coming any day for the month of November and/or December, right? So the $200,000 that I'm requesting, it's all going to be encumbered to Lieber Cassidy because we expect the personnel items that they are working on they're going to expend those dollars. So I think, and regarding the personnel matters, I think the chancellor mentioned it. I think the board has been apprised of what they are and who they are, and we're at various states of addressing each of those matters. Some are closing, some are opening, and I will say, I know that in our human resources office, they do conduct internal investigations regularly. They do not send everything to an attorney, but they do it based on capacity and they do it based on the particular need. And sometimes the outside independent opinion is what is necessary for a lot of different reasons. So it's when an investigation has to be done, the first thing on the list is not, oh, let's hire an attorney to do it, because there is a discussion of should we do this internally, who should be doing it, do we have the capacity to do it, and so on. So
yeah, I'm not questioning the work, Dr. El-Fattal. I'm questioning the communication of the work to the board. That's all. So that's my concern. I mean, last year in HR, $350,000 was spent. And I just think there's a greater opportunity to communicate where our dollars are going for legal services and what they're going for. And I don't want to get involved in operations, but I want to be aware and informed of operations with these precious dollars.
Sure.
So that's where I'm at. I hope that helps. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Dr. Gillespie?
Yes, thank you. One of the questions you asked Trustee Chancer was just, are we feel that the use of these legal fee dollars are being used appropriately or being monitored well? And I can answer yes. I mean, Dave described there's only 3 of us that can really authorize contacting legal services beyond the board. And yeah, we would like for the legal costs to be lower, but we also have to do our due diligence and obtain the legal advice needed to so that the district responds appropriately to the legal challenges that are coming up. And if the board would look at some of the quarterly updates we've been providing on all of the personnel investigations and issues, those are where the dollars are being spent. And I don't know if it helps the board for you to have itemized costs, what each of these items are going towards, which contract, which particular investigation, but we don't take the spending of these dollars lightly either. We'd rather not be coming to the board needing to ask for more dollars, but we do in this instance. And we've had to go to some of our legal firms more for some of the COVID issues, as well as we look at opinions on vaccine mandates and other items that we're doing. So I feel that we're bringing something that's a responsible request to the board for an increase that's unfortunately needed due to some of the higher personnel investigation costs and some of the ongoing legal with the retiree issue.
Okay, are there any other questions? Oh, Trustee Torres.
That was very helpful what you just mentioned right now, Greg, in terms of some of those costs in terms of with the mandate. Would it be possible, and it could be closed session, just like Trustee Chancellor said, to just understand a little bit more? Because as I look at the report, there's a couple of items that are under general legal. There's a couple of firms that I'm seeing under negotiations, and I'm thinking we have one firm that's only doing negotiations. The retiree should that's resources because of so I'm listening to the verbal explanation, but when I'm looking at costs, and now that I'm hearing that it can go this year up to 700 and some, that would be really helpful. And so for me, it's really just that information to understand exactly, okay, this is what it looks like this year. So I know 2019-20 there, I know specifically what happened. So I understand specifically that amount. I don't really understand 2021. And as we're moving forward for 2021-22, and that would be just really helpful, that report, just to know this is what it looks like right now. And this is how it's been spent. I know some of the items that have come in closed session for legal matters in terms of personnel. But I know that's not it, because if that was the case, and I'm thinking, wow, that's a lot of money if it's just for that particular item. And so I'm wondering what are some of the other things, and what are the costs, and that would be really helpful just to see it in a report for me, to feel comfortable supporting it, because I definitely support it. People need to get paid. But that would be helpful for me just to have that information, to be able to feel comfortable pulling from reserves, knowing that we might be moving forward towards 700 and some. That would be helpful for me to have that written, just with some of that additional information.
And anything else? And I don't know, Trustee Perez, you may remember too, seems to me that in the years prior to this, we had kind of gone up, and then we, made a real effort to look at things and looked at our firms and hired some different firms and made some decisions. And now we're, back on an uptick again. So that might be helpful as well. Is there any other discussion?
Well, I would just, I'm not comfortable approving this until some more information comes. I understand that our legal firms need to be paid, and I'm not saying I don't want to revisit this till 6 months or a year later, but we have quite a few meetings coming up. But there's some concerns I have with this growing cost, and I don't see an end to it. And I'd like some more information of what we've spent so far, and some forward thinking of what we're probably going to be spending and for what reason moving forward, because I think the dollars being spent on legal services could tell a story of some internal challenges our organization may or may not have. And I think that's important information to have.
So basically it's concern about how the district is operating and using our legal dollars.
No, I'll repeat what I said before, Chancellor Gillespie. I have no concern about how we're spending the dollars. It's a communication issue. I don't have the information of what we're spending these dollars on, and I don't want to vote on a policy of hope, and that I hope the district is spending these dollars appropriately for legal costs. I would just like the information. I don't doubt it, but there is some more information that I need in order to approve pulling from reserves from general fund dollars.
So basically under HR, what you're needing is what are the investigations that money's being spent on, or for dollars being used on contracts or business services agreements. What are those agreements? It's broken down by line items. Is that what you're saying you need?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say definitively what I need. I think maybe we can have a conversation before the next meeting, perhaps, of some of the questions I have and some of the examples, but just having human resources for, 200 or $350,000 for last year. Yeah, I think that warrants some details. I don't think that's inappropriate to ask that. It doesn't mean I'm concerned with operations, but it means I'm concerned about the $350,000. Those are two different things.
Yeah, and I think there again, it's for the board to balance between basically kind of balance between the level of detail needed to be assured that we're operating according to board policy and administrative procedure. That's your purview. And are we doing that? And I have no qualms in saying yes, as we're accessing legal services, as we're handling all of these different items, whether they're in HR, business services, the retiree benefits, we're following current board policy, we're following current administrative procedure. And part of that is yeah, we do want to have the resources to pay the additional legal costs we have because of some of the areas that we've occurred. But we want to be proactive and preventative in trying to reduce our costs as well. And we don't like to have the cost increasing right now. And I think we're on the same page with the board in that. And again, if the board feels that additional data is going to help in needing to support the reserves, again, we can provide more detailed information. If what's here is adequate, then we'll move on. But again, we'll do whatever the board would like us to do with this item here. But we are going to need to pass it.
Trustee Chancellor, you are not prepared to vote tonight. Is there anybody else who's not prepared to vote?
I'm not prepared to vote. I really just would like to understand a little bit more. I know Greg.
And we don't need to spend any more time on this.
No.
I think it's important because it can come back to us, and I'm not saying, I need information. So I think it's important that Greg and him to know exactly where some of those things that would be helpful, because it's not a no, like I don't support it. Absolutely. People need to get, if we need to incur costs, we need to pay. I'm saying for myself, additional information, like, oh, there's now these COVID mandates. And so a lot of for this legal firm is where it's gone. It's just information. That's it. That's really it. And it can come back. And that's what I'm requesting. That would be helpful for me.
Okay, we're going to move on.
Oh, Dave had his hand up.
I'm sorry, Dave. Dr. Patel.
Yeah, I just would say that it would be my intention to bring it back, not this Saturday, but to the next board meeting after providing information to the board that I think is being requested.
Yeah, we can't take something like this at a special meeting. It has to come back to our regular board meeting.
I just wanted to mention that would be my plan at this moment.
Okay, thank
you.
Yeah, and I'll work with Dave so that he contacts Diane. I'll work with you kind of on the level of detail that we'll need, or yeah.
Okay, 16.01 accreditation update. It's a standing report. I don't know if Dr. Herrera has anything for us. Or anybody from.
Yeah, we have no updates at this time. DCAP hasn't met since our last meeting, so and none of the tri-chairs have any updates either.
Okay. And we'll go to the Chancellor's report. 1801.
Yes, thank you. So you do have the written report there, and as part of the report, I do want to thank all of the students, our faculty, staff, administrators for the work that they've been doing this spring semester, adjusting again to a start that's different than what we had planned, because as you know, we moved more classes from in-person to remote and have more employees working remotely as a result of the COVID surge due to the Omicron variant. We met at Cabinet today and did discuss where we're at with returning to in-person instruction. And right now, the county infection rates are still increasing. They're nearly 300 per 100,000. And prior to the surge, we were looking at rates that were, 10 or fewer per 100,000. So there will be a communication going out tomorrow, all employees, students, letting them know that we're planning to reinstate in person on Monday, February 14th, which is about 2.5 weeks. But of course, that'll continue to be monitored and evaluated there. And we'll continue, Vice Chancellor Barroso working with the unions around any, again, adjustments to working conditions with that. We're looking to the time when we can actually bring more students back to campus through the reinstatement of the planned in-person classes, but we're just not to that point yet. Regarding the chancellor search, as you can see here on the screen, there are a number of input sessions scheduled, and as trustees, you're encouraged to attend these listening sessions that'll be occurring there over the next couple of days. We have January 20th at Moore Park College, January 19th at Oxnard, and so on there. But in addition to the trustees, we really want to encourage students, employees, community members to participate and attend these listening sessions as well. We'd like to plan for a February 1st special meeting for the board to be able to work with the consultant to finalize the chancellor search profile and job posting. And we're hoping a start time of 6:30 would work for everyone. So a quick poll here. Would people be available for a February 1st meeting starting at 6:30, just for our planning and to be able to coordinate with the consultant?
Maybe you could ask for a raise of hands.
I can do it.
Yep, Chair, you could, yeah. Okay. So February 1st, 6:30.
Okay.
All right, we're good. Thank you. And just another part of the Chancellor's report is I will be working with HR to send to the board follow-up information regarding the job description discussion that occurred this evening, because we have generic job descriptions for a lot of our jobs, and then those generic descriptions are used to create the actual job posting that have the specifics for whether it's a dean of career ed, whether it's a math instructor. So they're going to pull together the process and have an example of the job description that is generic intentionally, and then how that is then developed by HR and working with the hiring manager and committees into the specific info, and we'll get that out to all of you to give additional background for everybody. But again, thanks everybody for the work in getting the semester started. And also, I want to draw your attention to the reports from the colleges in the district. They're all listed there at the bottom. And I know that as trustees, you do take the time to read those reports. And at this point in time, would just turn it back to the chair in case the trustees have any questions regarding the chancellor report or any of the written college and district reports.
Anyone have any comments? Trustee Perez.
Yeah, Chair and Chancellor, I just wanted to, and for your team, just wanted to call out that I have offered comments and or questions and acknowledgements and congratulations to all of the reports that were submitted, and thank everybody for your time in preparing those reports.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, so Chair, feel free to cut me off. But there were two public comments in the beginning that they commented on our exemption form policies, the exemption forms. I did a quick Google search during our break earlier tonight. I was able to find them. I admit not with as much ease as I had hoped, but I did want to note that the forms were they seem dated back in August 26th of 2021, and I just wanted to bring that up, and Chancellor, if you could respond. I do think that they were a little convoluted to figure out which ones actually had to be submitted. So just moving forward, I don't know if we should take an informal vote or if this is just.
There's kind of no such thing as an informal vote. But I think as a student, I've allowed you the latitude for speak on behalf of the students on that issue, and we'll let it go with that. Do you have anything else?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you if you could maybe, if there could be more information on the site, just another hyperlink to the direct to the actual forms. I think that would be really helpful moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Trustee Chancellor.
In regards to public comment as well, there was some reference to the ongoing twice a week testing. We
really can't do the thing about public comments if it's not on the agenda. Can you maybe just reach out to the Chancellor on that?
Well, it came in the reports as well, and I guess are we still testing? I'm not.
Yes.
We are.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. And then is that just for employee, to inform employees and students to have that available because the mandate's in place? I was just curious about that. I was under the impression that the testing was going to be phased out since the mandate was in place.
No, we still need testing for those that have exemptions.
Got it.
And,
okay.
And so that is occurring, and the colleges have schedules for when the testing's occurring, and it's at no cost.
Got it. I saw that in the report. Okay. And then I had a question in regards to the director's report for Personnel Commission, which is on page 501 and 502. There were two positions flown. The first one was College Fiscal Services Supervisor, and there was one applicant, and then there was one for Senior Accounting Technician and 0 applicants. I haven't seen that all that often where the applicant, the number of applicants were so very low. I'm just curious, as an organization, when that occurs, does it get revisited, reflown? Is the compensation addressed or looked at or evaluated? I guess I'm trying to understand what we do as a district when we fly a position and 1 or 0 applicants apply.
Yeah. Andrea, do you have a response there?
I do. So this director's report that's created for the Personnel Commission is a timestamp. So if you'll see, you said College Fiscal Supervisor, where there was one applicant at the time that this report was created. So it wasn't closed yet when this report was created. So that since then, I don't know, it closes on, let me see here. So it closed on 1/9. And this report is usually created a week before it goes to the Personnel Commission. So some of those have to do with that time frame. If we do only have one applicant once it's closed, then it really depends on what the qualifications of the applicant. Usually that would be a failed recruitment.
Okay, thank you.
There's kind of a lot of that right now. Anything else? Your hand's still up. Okay. Any other questions, trustees, on the reports? Thank you for to Moore Park College. I know that Jackie and her staff had a great time visiting. That's her Sacramento staff, so they like to come and see different places where she represents, and so they had a really good time. And congrats to Esmeralda Juarez for her Hometown Hero Award for keeping the stuff going at Ventura College, and Ann King again being recognized on the foundation. And there was also a note in there about blood donors. So anybody there, I guess they're real short on blood right now. So anybody that feels like donating some blood, eat lots of crackers and juice and do it at the end of the day. That's my advice. So, okay, anything else? Okay, moving on. Trustee reports. Sorry. Let me start with Trustee Chancer.
Okay, this item could also kind of maybe go on future board items, but I'm just eager to sort of know the long-term and short-term plan for the Santa Clara River Valley, and to get that on the agenda to present to the community what our district envisions in the near and long-term plans. And thank you, I appreciate it. That was it.
Okay, Trustee Perez.
No report.
Trustee Torres.
No report, just a comment. If we can start looking to schedule DEI training, as our calendar is starting to get booked, we need to do that. And so if we can look into February, because we're making decisions on policies, and as a board, we need to really focus on our training. So I know we've already booked January with CBT, I think, right, Paris? Can't remember. And so with Ted, if we can start looking into dates for the chair and the vice chair to look into the calendar, that would be good for us. And I know he said he needed a weekend, so let's look into a Saturday in February that we can come in and do the training. That's really important for DEI. So I'm looking forward to an email of when that can take place, on what Saturday. The 4-hour training. Is one of two, I believe.
Yeah, I think there's two. It is one of two. I think we should book them both at the same time, because if there's too much space in between them. Whatever did he give a recommendation on how far apart they should be? I don't remember.
I don't remember. I know he said, I believe an email just wanting us to start looking into dates in February. I think if we can ask him, do you want me to, as part of the DEI ad hoc committee, I can look into it, and then did I just send an email to Greg so he can send it to everybody else?
Sure, whatever. Yeah, just as long as, just so we get, I would hate to get one booked and then it's too long before the next one.
I'll ask him, and I'll email Greg and CC you, and then Greg can send it to the rest of the board.
Perfect. Okay. Anything else? Did I miss anybody? Trustee Rodriguez, anything else?
Not from me, but I think you missed Trustee Mantooth.
Oh, that's Vice Chair Mantooth.
Two things. I'm really happy that we are not failing to acknowledge all of the hard work that goes on during difficult times like these, times when it seems like a new normal, when it won't let things be normal. And yet, we continue to press on and want to improve and solve these problems. And looking to the future, I'm really interested in the next couple days forums and the community forum next week, being an active listener to hear what our various constituencies are looking for in our next leader. And I agree with Trustee Chancer that I will look forward to an item on Santa Clara River Valley update and potential for a center there someday.
And then we have the trustee meeting evaluation. Which one is here somewhere? Okay. So this is a little bit different. We were just grading ourselves and moving on without any discussion, which does not meet the standard. We actually have to kind of discuss the function area, what worked well with our communication, what didn't work well, and what we need to work on. So communications, I'm just going to start Trustee Torres.
So you want me to say what worked well?
Yeah, what worked well, what didn't work well, and any notes?
I think what worked well was that we still were heard. So I felt that during our meeting, we were able to still look at certain items, be able to have a discussion. And that worked well. What could be improved? I think what we learned from each meeting as we're listening to each other speak, we can incorporate into the next agenda item. And I think that's one way that we'll measure also as the board of how much we're listening to each other. So I wouldn't say delta, I would maybe say just area of growth for us as a board.
Okay. And then process.
I have to do them all at once. You're not going to go for trustee?
Okay, I guess I can do that. I'll have go next to Trustee Perez.
Well, I still have to get accustomed to utilizing this form, so I only made comments under 3, focus.
Okay.
But a general comment on communication, and it's one that I've commented upon in the past. We got some great responses, answers, clarifications from staff to some trustee questions on some of the agenda items. And I would just, it's a challenge, but I would encourage staff to try to anticipate board questions, or just look at the report and say, what little additional information can be added to enhance the detail of information. That's all, because they weren't really significant. They weren't tough questions, and they weren't really profound answers, but they answered the question, and it could have been done in the report and save time, in my view. And also, it's also helpful for the reader. I like to think still that there are members of the public that pay attention to the board meetings and the reports and the documentation, and I would just clarify the information for those readers that start to take an interest and may not have full background. Okay, so under number 3, focused, the discussion on the ethnic studies professor at Moorpark College, I thought got a little off topic of the actual agenda item, but in the same vein, under the legal fees, and Trustee Chancellor, you appreciated my reasoning for let's move off of 1503, carry that information over to the real meat of the issue, and that was 1504, the question of utilizing reserves. And so, on the first instance, I maybe found some deficiency, but on the next item, we moved off of the one item and got on to the next one. So I appreciated that. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Chancellor, just comment on any and all of it that you have notes on.
Okay. In regards to communication, I think Trustee Perez said it well, but I would just add that I think there's some communication that can occur with some question asking for trustees of what they're looking for and some information, so it doesn't have to hold up the item, so it can be presented in the reports. And meeting efficiency, I think, goes with communication. As we're all probably aware, normally we start our business around 8 or 9 p.m. because public comment would be double digits, and then the college reports would go long, and this is typically when we started getting to action items. So I'm glad and I'm thankful for this model. However, I do think there's a little bit of wiggle room to get, to designate a hard number like 20 minutes or 15 minutes on college reports, like somehow getting a little bit of information that is pertinent to some of the action items to the trustees, but really making sure that is a time certain item. And I think, yeah, that was it. That was it for me. Thanks.
Okay, Trustee Rodriguez.
I think we did a pretty good job at communication. I think everyone, was able to get their point across. But I think maybe we could improve just a little bit with patience. And that's kind of a segue to number 2 for process. I don't think we followed it, to the T. I don't know if we ever will, but we should strive for that, right? And so there were a few scenarios. For example, Trustee Torres noted that President Sanchez, came online and he spoke, and I don't think he was recognized by the chair. I mean, that's just like a tiny thing, but that, for example, and I know I spoke before being recognized by the chair when, it was my report time. So small things like that, I just think, I don't know, we could follow process better. And then focused, I would say the legal fees one, I think maybe there, I don't know if we lost focus, but that I noted down. And then compliance with the ground rules, I would say that Trustee Bernardo did a pretty good job to move us from the legal fees one. I think that was a good job in holding us on each other accountable. And then Trustee McKay, Chair McKay, when you mentioned that there's no informal vote, I thought that was, I guess keeping us to our ground rules. I know previous Chair Chancellor, tried implementing that a couple of times. And so my apologies for that. And then the only other thing for feedback is I agree with Trustee Chancellor of maybe trying to give a few minutes to the colleges. I would like to see maybe we could implement that going forward as well.
Vice Chair Mantu.
Well, I wasn't taking notes on this form during the meeting. I was trying to keep up with what was happening in real time. So I didn't have a lot of written comments. I agree with a lot that's been said. I think that, we're still being respectful in recognizing when people want to say something, and then it's incumbent upon them to get their point made and then move on. I think we recognized a couple times when we were not getting any traction with something that we needed to table it or get more information. I will compliment Dr. El Fattal on an absolutely excellent rationale and explanation with regard to the legal fees. In this kind of a world, these numbers are not huge, and we need to recognize that compared to the size of our budget and the vagaries of a litigious society. I look forward to Saturday's meeting, and I hope that Dr. Benjamin had an opportunity to observe this meeting and see how I think we're recognizing the areas where we can do better, and we're starting to do better. And I would also call you out, Madam Chair, for fulfilling the role of the chair in keeping the meeting moving.
Thank you for that. For myself, I just need to exercise a little more patience. And, but I also, like the student worker we've had it on our minds for so long. I was frustrated with myself and a little with Trustee Chancellor because we talked about it, that we took us a while to coalesce on it. Andrew's got us finally, what we were looking for, because it is important. I wish that some of the questions about the legal dollars would have been asked in advance so that we would be able to pay our bills in a timely way instead of waiting a month. But maybe some of them could have been predicted. Like I said, I've seen them go up and down over the years. And, with that, it's a lot. I like it better when we're all in the room together. This is an awkward format, and it's much easier when you have just a second in between to speak to each other. It's a little more humanizing, I think. So with that, I do think that this is a nice format. It's what they're looking for. I know when they're looking at true self-evaluation, I know that there's an ad hoc committee that typically looks at the board evaluation and what are we going to hand in. And I think what we were doing, where we were just grading ourselves with number grades, tired at the end of the evening, was not going to meet that standard. Fortunately, Helen Benjamin had us do an evaluation to catch us up. And I think if we keep looking at this and working together, we will continue to get better and do some good work for the students in the district. Because, if we think we're frustrated, imagine the students that thought they were going back to school, or, didn't have their hotspot, or didn't have their, whatever they thought they weren't going to need because they were going to be back on campus again. I always think of them, and I think of the faculty and the classified workers that have just been pivoting back and forth and keep doing it every day. So I appreciate that.
Chair,
Yes.
I just had a comment for number 5 on decisions. I think that much of what we have listed here is going aligned with our ground rules, but number 5, if we can remove or stray into unnecessary commentary to the audience, that's not part of our ground rules, but the board did not backtrack into past decisions. That is part of our ground rules, but stray into unnecessary commentary to the audience, that's not in our ground rules. And I did look over to see if maybe I might have missed it, but we don't have that. So I just wanted to have these aligned, and the rest align pretty nice with what we've agreed in our ground rules.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I somehow I always thought that was in our ground rules, so it didn't strike me, and I looked at them too. So it was just I know it was something that Laura Shulkin told us, but doesn't mean we put it in our ground rules. So it's a lot easier to talk to them when we're in the room with them. So
We've been doing good though. I mean, we weren't evaluating ourselves this way, but we're doing, I've seen personally a lot of improvement, and every meeting we have, it keeps on improving, and it really just goes to show the work that our district is doing. And I know this past year, it's been a lot of just opening as district and pandemic, and we've just had to have the long meetings because of the work that's been happening. So, but okay.
Okay.
And Chair, real quick, it'd be helpful just on the accreditation side with this, that either if you took notes on what everybody said, we can type it into the form and have it then in with this item for next time, so that you have it when you're creating the new, and then it's our record that the board's doing this as well.
Okay, well, I will do that next time, because I took notes on
Okay.
what I said.
Because
we can go back and look at the recording, so it's not that.
Yeah, we'll be able to pull some things out. I'll have Laura listen and do it, because the other thing we can do is you can even complete each of the trustees this form, and we can compile it, have your discussion, but if you want to handwrite it, otherwise we'll just go from the discussion and fill it out. Yeah.
I mean, personally, and everybody else may feel differently, but I don't know if I'm going to have something to say on each item. I think that sometimes something might stick out on one item or another. And so I think that I think it's the discussion that's really the critical part, having the more robust discussion and talking about it at the end, instead of either stewing on it or wishing we would have said something. So
no, that's good. What we'll do is we'll just compile it into the form. Yeah, because it doesn't make sense to have something for every one of those items if picked out on a couple of them. Sure.
Okay. Trustee Perez, you had your hand up. Did you need?
I was just going to say, I will send an email with the comments I made just to augment your review of the meeting, Greg.
Okay, and then I do think it's important that we get back to that, this, as Trustee Chancellor was concerned about getting back to the student workers, what we're going to do about that. I know it can't magically happen by next month, but just, maybe what happened in 2018, we could know, and then, maybe just what a difference in wages might look like between the highly skilled and the not highly skilled. Was there anything else on future agendas? I know we have the DEI work, Trustee Torres, and that's really important. I think we've got to get that done in February. We have our, I'm glad we can all make February 1st, so we don't have to do another round robin on that. Is there anything else that we are missing on agendas coming forward? I know the Santa Clara Valley was mentioned by Vice Chair Mantooth and Trustee Chancellor, and I know it's on all of our minds. Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up something that I had mentioned to the Chancellor with regards to Board Policy 2310. That's our regular meetings of the board. That came up at the Policy Planning, Accreditation, and Student Success Committee meeting in December 7th. And the main change there was that 10 p.m. that we should close by 10 p.m. With a vote, and I was just kind of curious whether or not we'll be seeing that Saturday. And I would advocate that we review that Saturday.
Okay, well, the agenda is already set for Saturday, and we set 3 agendas at once, and so I honestly cannot tell you for sure one is on our planning meeting for Saturday, but if it is not on there for Saturday, we will look at it, because I think it is important that, we figured out tonight, we don't want to go too early because that makes it inconvenient for trustees. It also makes it inconvenient when we're back in person for people that want to come and see it. It is terrible when we go too late. So we've just got to find that sweet spot and get our work done.
All right, that's the only item that I had.
Okay. All right. You don't want to stay up all night and go to school? I don't understand it. Go to all those meetings. All right, everyone, we are adjourning this evening in the memory of Lynn Schuler, a part-time kinesiology instructor in Ventura College since 1994. Condolences to the family. And with that, we're adjourned.